자, 녹화하고 그다음에 메타버스 있잖아. 메타 갤러리 안에도 간간히 사진 찍어주고 영상으로 뭐 녹화하든지 해주세요. 빨리 가져와. 노트북.
여기서 점검할 건 끝났는 거죠, 이제?
네?
이제 여기서 점검할 거는 끝났는 거죠.
아,
올라갈게. 올라갈게. 파이팅 하시고. 파이팅.
오. 꽂아야 돼.
혹시나 내가 그 교수님이나 누가 한번 보고 요거만 화면에 보이는 거.
자, 혹시 지금 내 목소리 들려요? 팀장님? 마이크가 떨어졌는데 괜찮을까? 네네네. 알겠습니다. 이걸 어디다 달았으면 좋겠는데. 내가 이거 안, 여기다. 자,
지금 이 정도면 보이십니까?
네, 안녕하세요 여러분. 좋은 아침입니다. 오늘 우리 계명대학교 간호과학연구소의 제29회 국제학술대회에 함께하고 있는 여러분 매우 감사드립니다. 저는 이번 학술대회 사회를 맡은 계명대학교 간호과학연구소의 김상희입니다. 계명대학교 간호과학연구소의 국제학술대회는 매년 국내외 저명한 전문가들을 모셔서 새로운 간호 지식과 또 그 방향성을 탐구하고 있는데요. 올해는 그 문을 연 지가 벌써 29번째가 되어서 부쩍 감회가 새롭습니다. 더욱이 이번 우리 학술대회는요, 다른 국내외 학술대회는 다르게 3D 가상 스튜디오하고 그리고 메타버스에서 개최가 되고 있습니다. 그래서 그동안 여러분들이 다른 국제학술대회에서 경험하셨던 2D 또는 2.5D 형태의 메타버스보다는 색다른 국제학술대회 경험을 하고 계신 건데요. 저희는 국내 간호학술대회에서는 최초로 여러분들이 지금 보시는 바와 같이 3D 가상 스튜디오에서 보다 실감 있게 집중할 수 있도록 해드리고 있습니다. 보다 또 연구 초록은 3D 메타버스 갤러리로 전시를 하고 있기 때문에 여러분들이 아주 재밌는 경험 하실 수 있을 거라 생각이 들고요. 전국적으로 매우 관심이 뜨겁습니다. 현재 등록자를 한번 확인해 볼게요. 이 등록자가 지금 400명이 넘었습니다. 여러분들의 뜨거운 관심 매우 감사드립니다. 메타버스 갤러리는 12월 5일에 먼저 오픈이 되었고요. 여러분들이 3D 전시관에서 관람을 하실 수가 있습니다. 우리 국제학술대회 공식 홈페이지 사전 등록을 하신 분들은 멤버스 창이 보이실 건데요. 여기로 들어가면은 3D 가상 스튜디오 생중계, 줌 접속 주소와 메타버스 갤러리 3개 전시관을 함께 바로 접속하실 수가 있습니다. 3D 가상 스튜디오에서 방송하는 국제학술대회가 고화질입니다. 그래서 지금 생중계가 되기 때문에 여러분들의 개인 컴퓨터 사양에 따라서 약간 화질이나 영상 속도가 저하될 수 있기 때문에 저희가 유튜브로도 생중계를 같이 진행을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 채팅창에 유튜브 주소를 올려놨으니까 거기로 가시면 좀 더 고화질로 여러분들이 감상하실 수가 있겠고요. 유튜브의 경우에는 고화질이기 때문에 약간 시간차가 발생할 수 있다는 점 양해 부탁드리겠습니다. 그리고 이번 국제학술대회는 동시 통역이 제공되고 있습니다. 줌 온라인 회의 아래창에서 지구본을 누르시면은 해외 연자들의 강연을 한국어로 들으실 수가 있는데요. 줌 통역 기능의 제한 때문에 한 번에 하나의 언어만 통역이 제공이 되고 있습니다. 네, 학술대회 안내사항을 잠깐 말씀드리겠습니다. 학술대회 중간과 마지막 부분에 깜짝 이벤트가 있을 예정이니까요. 여러분들은 꼭 카메라를 켜주시고 즐겁게 이 학술대회를 즐겨주시면 되겠습니다. 우리 학술대회는 코로나 방역 지침을 준수하여 진행되고 있음을 알려드리겠습니다. 예, 그럼 지금부터 계명대학교 간호과학연구소의 제29회 국제학술대회를 본격적으로 시작하겠습니다. 먼저 이번 행사를 주관한 계명대학교 김혜영 간호과학연구소장님의 개회사가 있겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 먼저 저희 계명대학교 간호과학연구소에서 개최하는 제29회 국제학술대회에 참여하신 여러분 환영합니다. 저희 간호과학연구소에서는 1994년 제1회 국제학술대회를 시작으로 국내외 저명한 연자들을 모시고 매년 학술대회를 개최해 오고 있습니다. 전 세계 코로나 확산에도 불구하고 학술대회를 온라인 통해 지속적으로 개최하였으며 코로나가 시작된 2020년에는 코로나 극복을 위한 교육적, 실무적 간호 전략을 주제로 21년에는 코로나 팬데믹으로 인한 구체적인 건강 문제에 대한 주제로 학술대회를 개최하였습니다. 특히 이번 학술대회는 위드 코로나, 포스트 코로나 극복을 위한 과학과 정보 기술의 다각적인 융합을 도모하고자 디지털 헬스케어와 간호를 주제로 마련하였습니다. 올해는 특히 메타버스와 3D 실감 미디어 스튜디오 기술을 접목한 가상현실 공간에서 개최하기에 해외에서도 많이 등록하셨고 오늘 이 자리에 함께 하고 계십니다. 오늘 이 국제학술대회는 간호교육과 연구 분야의 디지털 기술과 인프라를 접목하고 또 그 가능성을 도전해보는 기회의 장이 되리라 믿습니다. 오늘 이 학술대회 연자로는 미국 존스 홉킨스 대학의 닥터 헤라한, 싱가포르 국립대학교 닥터 리오송 잉, 중국 지닝대학교 닥터 웬준 왕, 홍콩대학교 닥터 제이리, 일본 후쿠오카 대학교의 닥터 사토시 이케다, 그리고 우리 대학교 이수경 교수님과 이은주 교수님을 모셨습니다. 저희가 모신 이 연자분들은 디지털 헬스케어와 간호 전략에 대한 연구와 적용에 있어 많은 연구 경험과 전문적인 실무 경험이 있으신 학자분들이십니다. 이렇게 훌륭한 연구를 들을 수 있게 발표를 허락해 주신 모든 연자분들께 감사드립니다. 오늘 국제학술대회 개최를 위해 지원해 주신 신일희 계명대학교 총장님, 이세엽 의료원장님과 간호대학 교수님들께 감사드립니다. 그리고 행사 처음부터 끝까지 진행을 도와주시는 간호과학연구소 교직원 여러분들께도 미리 감사 인사드립니다. 무엇보다 이 자리 함께 하고 계신 여러분들께도 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 이 학술대회를 통해 많은 것을 얻어가시는 뜻깊은 시간 되시길 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
네, 계명대학교 김혜영 간호과학연구소장님이 이번 학술대회 진행을 위해서 특별히 제작한 3D 가상 스튜디오에서 오늘 제29회 국제학술대회의 문을 활짝 열어주셨습니다. 감사합니다. 네, 다음으로 계명대학교 김나연 간호대학장님의 환영사가 있겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 오늘 제29회 계명대학교 간호과학연구소 국제학술대회에 참석해 주신 모든 내외빈 여러분들께 감사드리며 환영합니다. 4차 산업시대의 도래와 함께 거의 모든 산업과 학문 분야의 디지털 기술의 접목과 확산이 거대한 이슈가 되어가고 있습니다. 이러한 시대 흐름에 맞춰 계명대학교 간호과학연구소에서 Implications for the Future Nursing and Digital Healthcare라는 주제로 메타버스와 실감 미디어 스튜디오를 적용한 국제학술대회를 개최하게 되어 더욱 의미가 크다고 생각됩니다. 오늘 학술대회 강연을 수락해 주신 7분의 저명하신 교수님들께 감사드리며 앞서가는 여러 나라의 디지털 헬스케어 현황과 미래의 간호 전망에 대한 귀한 강연 들을 수 있게 되어 큰 영광이라고 생각합니다. 비록 비대면 형식으로 진행되어 아쉽지만 많은 토론과 정보를 공유하는 의미 있는 시간이 되기를 바라겠습니다. 그리고 오늘 학술대회를 통해 얻게 될 지식과 정보를 통해 우리가 더 넓고 깊은 통찰력으로 미래의 디지털 간호 영역을 확장해 나가는 데 큰 도움이 되기를 기대하겠습니다. 끝으로 오늘 국제학술대회를 준비하시느라 긴 시간 동안 수고해 주신 김혜영 연구소장을 비롯한 연구소 운영위원님들께도 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 감사합니다.
네, 계명대학교 김나연 간호대학장님의 따뜻한 환영사 감사합니다. 다음은 계명대학교 신일희 총장님을 대신해서 이필한 교무부총장님의 축사가 있겠습니다.
여러분 안녕하십니까? 저는 계명대학교 교무부총장 이필환입니다. 먼저 간호과학연구소 제29회 국제학술대회를 메타버스 플랫폼과 3D 실감미디어 스튜디오 기술을 접목한 가상현실 공간에서 개최하게 된 것을 진심으로 축하드립니다. 아직도 지속되고 있는 코로나 팬데믹은 지난 3년간 우리 일상 속의 모든 부분에서 변화를 가지고 왔습니다. 대면으로 이루어졌던 많은 부분들이 비대면으로 전환되었고 이로 인해 역설적으로 디지털 기술의 눈부신 발전이 가속화되었습니다. 또한 교육 현장을 포함한 과학의 모든 분야들이 빅데이터와 인공지능, 가상현실 분야에 관심을 가지게 되었습니다. 그동안 환자들을 대면으로 돌보는 것에 익숙해져 있던 간호계와 의료계도 아마 이러한 디지털 기술 변화에 대한 발빠른 대응과 기술적 융합이 필요할 것입니다. 오늘 국제학술대회의 주제는 Over the Horizon Implications for the Future Nursing and Digital Healthcare입니다. 이는 앞서 말씀드린 시대적, 사회적 니즈를 반영한 것이라고 생각됩니다. 오늘 학술대회는 미국, 중국, 일본을 비롯하여 싱가포르, 홍콩, 그리고 우리나라의 디지털 헬스케어와 간호 분야에서 명성이 높은 연자들이 함께하고 계십니다. 아무쪼록 이 자리를 통해 전문적인 간호학의 최신 학식을 함께 나눌 수 있는 기회가 되길 바랍니다. 코로나 팬데믹으로 인해 여러모로 어려운 상황에도 불구하고 매년 국제학술대회를 개최하여 전 세계에 우리 간호대학을 알리고 또한 당면한 글로벌 간호 이슈들에 대해 세계 석학을 모시고 함께 고민하는 학술의 장을 마련한 간호과학연구소와 간호대학 모든 교수님들께 감사드립니다. 그리고 본 학술대회에 참여하고 계신 국내외 간호학계의 많은 분들과 학생들 그리고 관계자 여러분들께 감사드리고 다시 한번 간호과학연구소 국제학술대회 개최를 축하드립니다. 감사합니다.
네, 이필환 부총장님의 축사와 응원의 말씀 감사드립니다. 이어서 이번 저희 제29회 국제학술대회를 축하해 주시기 위해서 계명대학교 이세엽 의무부총장 겸 동산의료 원장님의 축사가 있겠습니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 계명대학교 동산의 원장 이세엽입니다. 벌써 한 해를 마무리하는 12월입니다. 2022년을 되돌아보고 새로운 한 해를 준비하는 12월을 맞이하여 계명대학교 간호대학과 간호과학연구소 제29회 국제학술대회 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 이번 학술대회에 참여하시는 모든 분들께 환영과 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 이번 국제학술대회는 전국 간호학계 최초로 3D 실감 미디어 및 메타버스 플랫폼을 활용하여 학회를 진행하게 되어 매우 뜻깊게 생각합니다. 실감 미디어 구현을 통해서 비대면 가상 공간에서 실시간 연자와 미팅하고 학술대회 참여자들을 직접 만나게 될 것입니다. 이번 국제학술대회는 급속히 변화하고 있는 보건의료 환경에 발빠르게 대응하고 미래 간호와 디지털 헬스케어에 대한 최신 지견을 공유하는 유익한 시간이 될 것이며 문제점과 대응책을 논의하여 간호학을 발전시키는 데 중요한 계기가 될 것입니다. 세계적인 간호 전문가들이 특별히 자리해 주셔서 이번 학술대회가 더욱더 빛나 보입니다. 이번 국제학술대회에 귀한 자리를 마련해 주신 김나영 간호대학 학장님, 김혜영 간호과학연구소장님을 비롯한 모든 관계자들께 감사드리며 알찬 학술대회가 될 수 있도록 응원과 박수를 보냅니다. 대단히 감사합니다.
네, 계명대학교 이세엽 동산의료 원장님의 축하의 말씀 진심으로 감사합니다. 자, 이제 지금부터는 총 7분의 강연을 들어볼 차례인데요. 먼저 3분의 강연을 이어 들으신 후에 3분의 연자들을 이렇게 스튜디오에서 직접 만나서 강연에 대한 여러분들 질문과 또 교수님들의 답변을 들어보는 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 이번 저희 학술대회 주제는 Over the Horizon Implications for the Future Nursing and Digital Healthcare인데요. 포스트 코로나 시대에 우리 간호계가 관심을 가져야 되는 의료 서비스의 형태, 또 그와 관련된 간호의 역할과 방향에 대해서 저명한 국내외 전문가들을 모셨습니다. 이 전문가들의 연구와 견해를 들어보시겠는데요. 첫 번째 강연자는 존스 홉킨스 대학의 헤라한 교수님입니다. 예, 헤라한 교수님은 지금 현재 존스 홉킨스 대학의 지역사회 프로그램 과정 부학장을 맡고 계시고요. 메릴랜드 대학교에서 간호학 박사학위를 받으셨습니다. 주 연구 분야는 지역사회 건강 문제와 건강 형평성입니다. 저도 참 기대가 큽니다. 그럼 지금부터 교수님의 첫 번째 강연이 있겠습니다.
Greetings from Baltimore, Maryland to my fellow nurses and current and future nursing faculty colleagues in Korea. My name is Hera Han. I'm at Johns Hopkins University School of Nursing. I am very pleased to present at your 29th International Nursing Conference. Today, there are two objectives of my presentation. The first one is to discuss key disruptions that have been caused by COVID-19. And I also would like to provide some environmental scanning to generate food for thoughts for our current and future generation of nurse leaders in the areas of nursing research, education, and practice. COVID-19, I think we all have experienced it in its full scope. We have family members, friends, and relatives, colleagues, fellows who have been affected by COVID-19. Internationally, there have been more than 6 million deaths that have been reported as of November year 2022, with more than 600 million confirmed cases. Economically, tens of millions of people have fallen into poverty because of COVID-19. There have been transportation that has been disrupted by COVID-19, as well as the International Monetary Fund actually projects world GDP will be fallen below the no COVID scenario in year 2024. And the projection actually is much heavier and adversary for low-income countries, with the projected GDP falling of 6%. Socially and educationally, we all also experience that there have been social role disruptions that have been reported so far. People couldn't go out because of COVID-19 infection possibilities, and kids have to be kept home because of that. Nevertheless, some of the studies report a positive spin, such as more time with family as a result of COVID-19. One of the issues that has been faced by many countries, including the United States, is this educational inequity because of the remote education that has been offered. While many schools have gone back to in-person instruction, there still are occasions where the educational instructions are offered online. Nevertheless, there are, especially low-income families are affected by it because of a poor network. And also there have been housing issues that have been reported because of the economic influence. People lose their jobs. And people also couldn't find jobs. People sometimes could not commute to their places for work because of all the public transportation abandoned. Because of that, people had to leave their home because they couldn't pay for the mortgage. And also during the COVID-19 period, a lot of resources have been shut down. Because of that, also many families, especially low-income families, experienced limited food access. All of these eventually affected educational inequity, and we cannot imagine what the consequences might be in the future. The adoption of digital technologies has been extremely important for the last 10 years, if not longer. The responses to COVID-19 actually speeded the adoption of digital technologies by several years, and this has been reported by multiple different sources. The COVID-19 response has increased remote working and or collaboration. We all lived in this digital era, working remotely, always on Zoom. I remember during the national shutdown, thanks to COVID, we all had to work home. And I remember working remotely all the time. Now we're trying to make sure all faculty and staff experience in-person education and interactions at least once a week. That is our school's current practice, if not more days of the week, because the quality of interactions will be different. And we also have increased the use of advanced technologies because of COVID-19 response in operations and in decision making. The artificial intelligence adoption has been expedited because of COVID-19. And also end user needs and expectations have changed. Now that everybody, almost everybody actually is capable of navigate through the internet, there have been expectations that have gone up that people nowadays learn more things about health system, health information. And then also because of all the digital users, the increase in digital users, more spending has been made on data security because more data, more people, more users, more data will be created. And as a result, there will be hackers who try to get the data of these individuals. So in terms of the healthcare system's response, the digitization also has been expedited and our care models have changed dramatically overnight. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in particular because that is very important. And one of the things that I'd like to highlight in terms of the adoption of digital technologies that has been caused by COVID-19 is individuals' access to their own medical records and health information. However, again, because of some of the disparities that I mentioned earlier, because access to this information and health information is determined by one's capacity to navigate through these digital systems and internet access and access to digital devices. There are certain segments of people who have been lagged behind in adopting such technologies, which results in widening disparities in people's health outcomes and health experiences. So my study team conducted two segments of research, one of which involved a large-scale medical record obtained from the Johns Hopkins Hospital. And this work has recently been published. The appointment data in particular that we looked at within the context of diabetes care. As you can see, pre-COVID, we had a cutoff date of March 22nd, year 2020. You can see that all of the appointments that occurred within the diabetes clinic at Johns Hopkins University occurred in person. So there were more than almost 5,000 medical appointments that were made during the period of January year 2019 all the way through March 22nd, year 2020. So on the 23rd of March in 2020, excuse me, the United States government stipulated the national lockdown. So all the medical encounters had to be turned into virtual. So there have been medical reports or literature that reported virtual encounters prior to this national lockdown period. However, as you can imagine, there was that dramatic increase in terms of virtual visits because of COVID-19 since March year 2020. So you can see that after the national lockdown because of COVID, almost all visits in diabetes care turned into telehealth. So 80% of that. And then you can see that the adoption of this telehealth visit made tremendous change in terms of people's no-show rate. So people who made an appointment but didn't show up at Johns Hopkins University Hospital, the rate was about 17% pre-COVID. After COVID, after the adoption of telehealth, the number dropped. So in-person no-show rate remained pretty similarly at 17%. But then the telehealth visit, the no-show rate resulted in lower than that, actually less than half of the no-show rate when the visit was made in person, which was about 8%. So in this particular analysis, we looked at the appointment status as our outcome. And you can see that our logistic regression models, the adjusted models show that pre-COVID and COVID, this is the table comparing the predictors of no-show pre-COVID and COVID. You can see that older age was a protective factor as opposed to younger age. And then within the data set, because Hopkins Hospital see a lot of patients who are of Black or African ethnicity as opposed to white, we can see that white ethnicity resulted in a protective factor against no-show. And then whether the person has an active MyChart account, this is a patient portal account or not, also resulted in a difference in terms of people's no-show. So you can see that having an active patient portal account resulted in less medical appointment no-show. And then there are other predictors as highlighted. The telehealth visit at the very bottom on the right side, you can see that it resulted in 60% less likelihood of resulting in no-show when it was used as opposed to in-person visit. So obviously telehealth has made a tremendous impact in terms of decreasing people's no-show altogether. So the study team looked at people's individual experiences by using individual in-depth interviews. I just would like to highlight this one of the themes that we identified, which talked about telehealth and no-shows. So there were 3 sub-themes, and you can see from the previous slide, the adjusted odds ratio of telehealth visit in regards to people's no-show was 0.4, which was 60% less likelihood of resulting in no-show for the appointment. So the first sub-theme was telehealth workflow reduced no-show. So you can see that there was the licensure legislation and geographically bound requirements, which was also discussed as part of our interview. However, this was rather specific to the United States. So I'm going to focus on the second one, second sub-theme of the first theme. There was this proactive outreach that was made by providers, and one of the providers, because of the interviews, involved both patients with type 2 diabetes and their providers. One of the providers mentioned that I will say with telemedicine, it's easier because you can just call them and say, hey, you have an appointment. Let's just talk right now. A lot of people will say, okay, that's fine, which basically highlights the very direct interactions between the provider and the patient in the era of telehealth. And the second theme, sub-theme, was convenience and efficiency. And from the some of the previous slides, talking about the telehealth and the quantitative analysis that showed the reduction in terms of no-shows when using telehealth, much more the sub-theme really had to do with the convenience and efficiency aspects of telehealth. So one of the patients who was interviewed mentioned that he or she felt convenience because basically they don't always have to go into the hospital. And in this particular patient's case, the person had amputation, and the person had to rely on the person's fiance to go to the Hopkins Hospital for the medical visit. But now the person didn't need to because of the telehealth benefit. So towards the end of this quote, it says, so they help a lot, which means telehealth helps a lot, and everything can be done right through a video call. Don't actually have to be there. So it was shared by several patients interviewed in this study. So the third sub-theme had to do with technical challenges. So despite all these benefits and conveniences and efficiency that were noted by both patients and providers, there were multiple technical challenges that were also noted as well. So one of the providers mentioned about this connection issue, because when a person uses telehealth, the assumption is that the person has a device and the internet access to call in, and the internet speed is high enough so that the video call can be streamed. And yet not every patient has access to a digital device nor access to the internet. Even when some of them have both of the access to the digital device as well as the internet, the person may not have the efficient ability capacity to go through the instruction and be able to connect in the end. So the person, the provider actually talks about that aspect, that it really comes down to the connection and the person's ability to deal with the connection. The person, the provider had a lady who lived in Virginia, an elderly patient, and a friend had to drive her over the line into Maryland because there was the connection issue. So they were in the car trying to get a connection with me, and where they were, the connection was not good. So in the end, she or the provider couldn't complete the conversation in a high quality. And then patient also, one of the patients talked about that. If the video visit didn't go, if the video visit didn't go through, we were talking. So the patient and the provider were talking, but then the video connection kept disconnecting. Obviously, there was the internet connection problem. So the call kept dropping, and they ended up just texting in the end. So out of 5. So the rating was asked, 5 being the high quality visit, 1 being the lowest quality visit. The patient actually gave a rating of 1 for that particular visit. So in the end, the technical challenges experienced by patients have to be also considered in the digital era. And by the way, the previous quantitative analysis was published recently, so you can take a look at that. I put the reference for the table and the analysis findings at the bottom of the slide. For this qualitative interviews, the paper has been written and it's going through a review process at this point, and hopefully you can see the findings in detail along with other themes that we were able to identify in the recent future. So you can imagine nowadays, 21st century, a patient ideally through this cloud connected all these different gadgets of the internet era, the patient and provider makes direct connections. Even within the diabetes care capacity, people can upload, if not the continuous glucose monitoring can be made through a certain device. And blood pressure measure also can be easily uploaded. There are remote monitoring that has been enabled for the last 10 years or so, that just made the access to patients' medical records so easy on both ends, both the provider and the patient. And patient also, through their patient portal, can access to their health records on a day at any time they want. So this really minimizes all the travel time and the barriers that people might have experienced in the past, because people really can click and then have access to their medical records. But again, there are always individuals who are lag behind in getting access to their own health records. And from the perspective of health information sharing, however much the providers would like to share health information, and so much that they would like to plan for the patient's care, as such, there are people who may or may not be adopt such delivery of healthcare in this digitization era. And then also the medical appointments nowadays can be made on the side of the patients directly through their patient portal, but again, with some gap in our society. So I'd like to talk about now environmental scanning, just refresh our mind a little bit. What do all of these things mean in our current nursing research, practice, and education? There are a lot of exciting terminologies that I use, and this fourth digital industrial revolution, as a human society, we've experienced multiple revolutions so far. There was a car that was developed, electricity that was developed, and so on and so forth. The latest revolution is this industrial revolution that involved digitalization, human-computer integration, and big data. We use computers every day, and I cannot imagine a life without a computer. And because of all the clouds and supercomputers, we can also accumulate data in a larger capacity in terms of the quality and quantity. Again, I'd like to highlight the issue of health inequity. We've gone through multiple slides, and I tried to highlight some of the gaps in our health agenda because there are people who are lagged behind. And the differences in disease rates and health outcomes, as highlighted previously bit by bit, persist based on people's socioeconomic status. I mentioned about digital access inequities. There were low-income families who have been affected by COVID-19 in particular, and then the resulting house foreclosures and inability to access to food, resources, and other things that really disrupt generations of education that we cannot really foresee at this point. In the United States, because there are multiple different races and ethnicities that are existing in the country, we see a lot of inequities by racial and ethnic characteristics, as well as gender, age. There are older populations as opposed to younger populations who are lagged behind in this digital society. And we also have to consider sexual and gender minorities who have been discriminated. And such discriminations in healthcare system can result in differences in disease rates and health outcomes as well, and people's mental health status, as well as geographic location, rural versus urban area. In the United States, because the land is huge, there are areas where digital access and internet access is not really available. So in certain rural areas, for people to even go see their doctor, they have to drive 3 hours. If not, they have to use a helicopter. So for those vast land areas, remote rural areas, internet is not an option. And that has caused a lot of disruptions in people's access to all these video visits and things. I'd like to also highlight the literacy issue, people's health literacy in particular, what one can do within the context of healthcare in adopting and digesting health information and following the instruction, being able to navigate the health system, either digital or in person, to get the care and service they need, has been disrupted. And this also, because of the differences in terms of health literacy, people with different health literacy capacity has been affected by COVID-19 differently. So there was recent book that came out where a very powerful quote that I'd like to share with you today talks about this very issue, which is, where one lives is a greater predictor of one's health than individual characteristics or behaviors, which is really sad because of all the inequities in terms of resources, access to resources and knowledge. People's health outcomes are actually determined by that geographic location of the person's living residence. So what are some of the implications of all these digital technologies and adoption of it, and differences in terms of adoption, the ability, the capacity, and access to those resources in terms of nursing research? So we all have to think about how we are going to conduct our research in the future. And I'd like to encourage our nursing colleagues to think more critically as to how we can change our paradigm so that we conduct research more from the perspectives of translational and implementation focused. So implementation or translational research refers to research that transforms scientific discoveries arising from laboratory, clinical, and population studies into clinical application to improve health, overall human health. So the goal is really to identify effective interventions fast and effectively so that we can think about how we can change our clinical practice more so than not. And from that perspective, the scientific question now becomes, what are barriers and facilitators of implementing effective intervention programs, right? So we really have to think about more critically as to how we can achieve that. And then I'd like to also highlight the importance of shared governance. So when we conduct research, it has been pretty much the practice that many times we rely on literature. And what has been reported in the literature, we then identify a gap and we propose a research and we conduct research as such. However, where is the voice of our end users to whom the actual findings are going to be applied? Without the voice of the end users that we call stakeholders, we cannot guarantee the validity and relevance of research that we design and implement and try to translate. So the shared governance model in conducting research has become even more important in this 21st century post-COVID era, where people really have enhanced access to the internet and health information and health knowledge. I have gotten multiple email inquiries and calls from people who saw some of the study information online. And the interactions now are pretty direct, that they find me and I talk to them directly. And then I also get some ideas as to what my next research has to be. And for now, all of my studies have a community advisory board structure, so that I always talk to my community collaborators in making my research more meaningful and relevant. So the maximization of stakeholder engagement throughout the research process becomes really important. And eventually, such research practice can result in better possibility of the research findings being applicable to the actual end users' lives and changing clinical practice. In terms of nursing practice, we really have to focus our emphasis on patient-centered care through the consideration of cultural context and health literacy. I mentioned about health literacy earlier, why it is important, because however nice and high quality information you have prepared, unless the person has the capacity to understand, that's a moot point. So the consideration of cultural context and health literacy is really important. And also incorporation of technology-enabled continuous care with the consideration of digital literacy, because of the same context that I mentioned earlier a minute ago in terms of health literacy. So there are some key features of patient-centered care, and you can see that from the healthcare organizations, there's this concept of health literate organizations. We pay attention to the end user's experience. So there's always that integrated and continuous care consideration, as well as accessible and convenient care on the side of the patients. And the telehealth adoption has achieved some of that. But again, not everybody is able to follow through a telehealth process, and hence we have to consider what we can do to promote the digital health literacy amongst people who lag behind. And also, we have to attend to health promotion and physical comfort amongst people who have limited access to those digital health care delivery. Within interpersonal interactions, people have to understand, especially our clinicians, that when a patient is present either on the video or in person, we don't necessarily call them patient, it's a person. So within the context of even clinical care, we try not to address a person, a patient. Instead, we try to address the person, a person. So that is to use a biopsychosocial model. And then also we try to share our power and responsibility. So in thinking about even a chronic care, previously it was provider prescribe what to do for the patients, and then the patients follow what they have been told. Nowadays, it's more like a shared decision-making model, so that the provider talks with the patient or the person with a certain medical condition and try to develop a chronic care plan, so that the person with a chronic condition can be empowered and design his or her own chronic care program, and then follow through. And that type of program will result in better adherence in the end. And then the provider also has to be aware of the nature that the provider is a person too, so that when there is a conflict, the conflict also has to be addressed in a very mutually collegial manner. So the model that we used to have in our clinical practice, that the patients are like children, and doctors and nurses are like their parents, so that parents tell their children what to do and the children have to follow what they are told to do, is no longer working. And hence we really have to change our mindset in terms of how we address our patients in the clinical practice. Again, to highlight health literacy, I gave the definition here. The definition of health literacy has evolved over time, and most recent definition really focuses on the making action on the health information that has been received, and then one's ability to access and navigate healthcare system. And then also the health literacy definition has been expanded to include the whole organizational capacity to deliver and share and disseminate health information and services as such. So the health literacy is really an important concept that I'd like to highlight in this 21st century era, the digital era, because there are a lot of pieces of information that are shared on a daily basis. Not all information may be legit, and it is maybe not all information may be written and crafted in a way that it is easily understood either. So we all have to pay attention to misinformation and how health information on the digital space is consumed and digested by our clients. And then also when working with our clients and patients, the levels of education, their literacy, and their language used all have to be considered within the context of health literacy, because again, unless you maximize health literacy in connection with your interactions with your end users, and this kind of goes beyond healthcare setting, such as research setting as well, that whatever the study information you provide also has to be understood and being able to understood by your end users, which is your study participants. So the understanding of health literacy, the role of health literacy in terms of our research as well as clinical practice is really important. So look at this map. This is the global map that shows the digital divide. So the digital divide is a very hot term nowadays, because you can see part of the world map are blacked out as opposed to the other half, including North America, some parts of South America, but not so much. And then the western side of the Europe, not so much on the eastern side. And some parts of East Asia, including Korea, are pretty much lightened. And this shows the internet access. And obviously, the internet access is better access to health information and better access to other information and resources. One of my colleagues at Hopkins conducts research on end stage renal failure patients. So when you have last stage chronic kidney failure, one treatment option remaining is kidney transplantation. And she shared the other day during a research conference how those who have access to the health information internet have a better chance to get listed on the candidates for kidney transplantation, as opposed to people who don't have access. And in the end, this is life and death situation, because when you are listed on the candidates list to receive a kidney transplantation, you can survive once you get the kidney transplant. However, if you are not even listed on the list for candidates to receive kidney transplantation, the option is you just keep doing the kidney dialysis, and then as long as it works, that's fine. But then one time in the future it stops, then you die. So the digital divide can result in very cruel life and death situation outcome, health outcome. So we all have to pay attention to this issue of a digital divide. And I wonder what is the case in Korea, because in the United States, the digital divide is just a huge issue that there are many conferences have been crafted to talk about how we can do better. At Hopkins, we have multiple initiatives that are currently being planned or implemented to address this digital divide issue in our neighborhoods. In terms of nursing education, in this digital era, we all have to think about how we can harness different learning theories that looked somewhat different from the previous era in this digital age, and then how we are going to incorporate the virtual and augmented reality in nursing education. So traditionally, we learned about how we educate our nursing students and fellows based on these different theories. So the focus is to understand, remember, and then apply, and we use these verbiages and verbs to develop our course syllabus. But then in digital era, it's not all about applying and analyze. Our students in this 21st century are connected to so many different sources for potential information. And in our classroom setting, either virtual or in person, our students bring in their computers, and whatever you say, they can easily check how much information you share with them easily on the internet. They Google and they do PubMed search, and then they even share some of the new information with the instructor. So this connectivism, which is the key terminology in 21st century educational framework, our students are connected, and they right at the instance recognize what they hear, what they saw, what they experience. So when the learning occurs in this manner, how faculty works with their students is really important. And I think the digitization of this 21st century has humbled many of us who used to think that faculty are the ones who know the best. Not necessarily. There may be the cases where our students actually have better access to health information and more information nowadays, more up-to-date information. And hence, whatever we teach in our classroom setting, either digital or virtual or classroom in person, may or may not hold. So we all have to pay attention to this connectivism, connected society. And one of the things at Hopkins that our faculty try to pay attention to is this information sharing that occurs through social media. The information reliability, the credibility of information shared on social media may not be 100%. So we try to work with our students so that students understand the information shared on social media. They have to discern what's right and what's wrong. And then the validity of the information shared on social media also has to be confirmed. So that is one of the very important themes nowadays in the 21st century education. If you think about the use of virtual and augmented reality in nursing education, our students now do a lot of simulation at Hopkins. Also in the state of Maryland, students can complete their clinical practicum requirements. Half of the clinical practical requirements can be replaced with simulation. So the simulation can be virtual or in person. So you can imagine using all the virtual and augmented reality, students actually see almost real, as if it were real intubation and other types of clinical practicum, if otherwise would have happened in person. But using these simulation labs and digital labs, students also nowadays can experience more hands-on practicum experiences before they go out and then see their patients in the clinical setting. So the future of virtual and augmented reality is just the beginning. However, we see a lot of robots that are used, and clinical faculty connect with our students via a tablet. And then in a clinical simulation lab, students follow the instructions rendered by the clinical faculty on the tablet to follow through whatever the procedures that they need to learn. So the issue of virtual and augmented reality also has to be considered and remembered. Can you imagine what our next generation nursing education might look like? now that the world is connected, as is the case right now, I'm connecting with you virtually. So we can imagine in terms of the nursing education, there will be multiplayer education possible. So through a virtual simulation at any time, anywhere, people in different countries can get connected, and people in different disciplines can get connected. A multiplayer virtual reality and augmented reality application for education, medical education, can be achieved. So future nurses, future doctors, future clinical pharmacy students, and clinical social workers, clinical psychologists, all of them actually can work together in a virtual space. And then the multiplayer education can happen. And some of our interprofessional education simulation at Hopkins actually tries to do some of that. And then also global potential is there. So if you think about all the internet connectivity and what that internet connectivity can achieve for us, nursing education also can change in such a way that perhaps some of the nursing programs in Korea can provide education to some students in different countries. And just this fall, these type of virtual conferences seem pretty popular. And as such, you can imagine faculty on one side of the earth actually providing instruction to students on the other side of the earth, and that is completely possible. So to wrap up, I've talked about a lot in terms of all the digitization of this 21st century, the internet connectivity, and what implications that connectivity, internet connectivity might have in terms of nursing research practice and education, and then also provided the disruptions caused by COVID-19, one of which the most important disruption, I will say, is the digitization, adoption of digital technologies in everyday lives nowadays. In thinking about the future, I really would like to share this quote with you all so that you are inspired. So John Maxwell, according to one of the authors, said, leaders become great not because of their power, but because of their ability to empower others. And with this note, I really encourage our nursing colleagues to think about what this 21st century digitization and adoption of digital technologies can do, and then really think ahead in working with our future leaders in nursing to better prepare ourselves to deliver nursing practice as well as up-to-date nursing research and nursing education. So the future is now. I'd like to share my email and Twitter address so that for those of you who are interested in connecting with me, have any questions about any parts of my presentation, can use. So feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions or would like to connect with me and discuss any of the contents that I shared with you today further. I'll be happy to respond accordingly. So I hope you all enjoy the rest of the conference and be well. Thank you.
네, 존스 홈키스 대학의 헤라한 교수님이 Living in a Post-COVID-19 Pandemic Digital Society라는 주제로 코로나가 전 세계 보건, 경제, 또 문화에 또 어떤 영향을 주고 있는지, 또 지역사회에서 디지털 기술이 또 어떤 긍정적인 역할을 할 수 있는지 그 강연을 잘 말씀해 주셨습니다. 감사합니다. 제가 중간에 등록자를 한번 확인해 봤어요. 근데 제가 초반기에 한 400명 정도를 확인했었는데요. 지금 500명이 넘었습니다. 500명 넘었고요. 지금 메타갤러리도 제가 잠시 갔다 왔는데요. 메타갤러리는 지금 관람자가 400명이 넘었습니다. 여러분들의 뜨거운 관심 너무나 대단히 감사드립니다. 자, 이어서 두 번째 강연인데요. 두 번째 강연은 싱가포르 국립대학교 리우 소긴 교수님의 강연입니다. 소긴 교수님은 네덜란드 마스트리트 대학교에서 간호학 박사학위를 받으셨고요. 주 연구 관심 분야는 보건의료 서비스의 안전과 수준 향상, 그리고 시뮬레이션을 이용한 의료인 전문 교육입니다. 두 번째 강연 시작하겠습니다.
Okay, hello, very good afternoon to everyone. Right, yeah, okay, my pleasure to share with you on this topic known as multiple modality simulation to facilitate nursing students transition to clinical practice. See, my name is Sok Ying. I'm a registered nurse and I'm an associate professor from LSD Center for Nursing Studies. I'm also the director of education. Just to start off, to share a bit of myself. Okay, right. So then here, yeah, that's to share about my research area, my research focus. So my prime research focus is about the patient safety and quality of care, but particularly emphasizing on recognizing and responding to clinical deterioration. Yeah, so I'm also interested in interprofessional collaboration and education. Yeah, and the M is I'm also looking into manpower, nursing workforce and development. Yeah, so for teaching, for educational research, yeah, I'm very interested in the use of experiential learning using simulation. Yeah, so later on you shall, I'm going to share with you how, how I use simulation yeah, to help my students in terms of transition to practice, right? Okay, so then, yeah, and I give you an idea about my ours is a 3 years program. So in the final year, right, our student has to go through the transition to practice program, right, whereby their requirement, their expectation during the program, we call the T2P transition to practice program. They will have to have achieve the competency of taking care of at least four patients. Right. So then here, so it's very different from the year 1, year 2. You know, year one and year 2, they're just following the clinical instructor, clinical, or we call them the clinical, the hospital clinical instructor. They were just following them while they are learning. But when come to the final year, they will be expected to take cases, and they are expected to, like really work like a registered nurse. Yeah, so with that, I would say that that's the most stressful part of their learning. So to prepare them, right? Yeah, so our school provide them with the simulation. Yeah, provide them with simulation to prepare them for this T2P transition to practice, right? So yeah, as you all know that the transition from student to graduate registered nurse can be very challenging. So then we make use of a simulation to design a program to support our nursing student to have a smooth transition into the clinical practice environment. Right. So then here I called it the T2P simulation. So this T2P simulation, in fact, it is recognized as part of the clinical practice hours. Right. So when we do this T2P simulation, it is equivalent to 40 hours of their clinical practice. Right. So when we do simulation, we are not using like 1:1. For us, maybe 1 hour of simulation is actually equivalent to 2 hours of clinical practice. So this has been agreed by our Singapore nursing board that this is how we work out when we talk about the use of simulation to replace clinical hours. So is 1 hour of simulations is equivalent to 2 hours of clinical practice hours. Right. So then here, right, in this 20 hours of simulation, right, this T2P simulation, we use multiple types of simulation. So the first one is the simulated professional learning environment, which I name it as simple. So this simple program comprises about 8 hours. Right. Then, the students will also have some form of self-directed learning using video resources, and we put them into the lab to do some task training. So that will be about 4 hours. Okay, so after the learning, right, the students will go through assessment. We use so-called a team-based simulation assessment, which is about an hour. Right. So in this part of the program, the students also have some form of, they have interprofessional education through the use of virtual simulation, which is about 3 hours. Yeah. And then lastly, we also connect them with the hospital preceptors. Okay. And we call it as a form of tele simulation because we utilize the Zoom also, right? Which is about 4 hours. So if you compute, right, this whole program, this whole T2P program is 20 hours of simulation. Yeah. Which is equate to their 40 hours of clinical practice. Okay, we're going to share with you each of these program a bit more thoroughly, right? So this simple program, right, is a face to face. It's a face to face simulation using high fidelity simulation. So then right, the name. We actually use the mnemonic simple. It is actually not simple at all. It's a very complex simulation program. So we develop various teams, and these teams you could see are the so-called the nurses routine, right? So the team one involve our nursing students got to delegate and manage, after what round they got to do changes. Okay. And then the team two will involve administration of medication, which is during the round. So here, no longer they are doing individual one patient medication administration. They are supposed to give medication to a group of patients, and the medications are quite complex from IM injection to oral to sub-Q. Yeah. So here, and also here in the team two, we have while they're serving medication, there's much distraction. So we really simulate the actual ward environment. Yeah. And then we have in team three, we have one patient who deteriorate. Then this patient will require, a form of resuscitation, and followed by scenario whereby we transfer the patient to the ICU. So then our students will be exposed to the protocol of the transferring, right? So then we also have one patient, right, that we focus on performing post-mortem care, right? So then you can see that the whole teams evolve the common ward situation, common wards cases. Right. So the learning outcome are quite clear. So the learning outcome for this simple program is they are able to provide they were able to assess, plan, implement, and evaluate care based on patient caseload. Yeah. So here we will want them to, they have this. We want them to have ability to manage cases and to have clinical reasoning for the core competencies. Okay. So here, as part of the learning outcome is also communicate. They will have to communicate with other healthcare professionals. So here, we will also simulate doctors that comes in, and also junior nurses that comes in, that we require them to communicate. Right. So lastly, okay, one of the important competency we are trying to achieve in this simple program is to help them to further develop their core clinical skill. So here in year 1 and year 2, they have actually has learned various skills, but somehow they require repetitive practice. So this is the simple program. We bring in all the different core skill that to help them to practice and apply in the scenario based situation, right? So this is the learning outcome based on the core competency of a registered nurse that we plan out for this program. Okay, I'm going to show you some pictures here. So then you can see that basically we give them in each team, right? Just now which I've shared, they have 2 cases lah. They are like taking care of only 2 cases. So one case will be a simulated patient, right? So we have these patients known as Mr. Tan Ah Gao. So this patient basically is a fractured patient. He has a fracture, and then he's a chronic smoker with all the common past medical history. So this patient, Mr. Tan Ah Gao, require post-op care. Okay, so he required post-op care for the team 1 and the team 2. So on his 3rd day of admission, right, he actually presented with some form of deterioration, and he's the one that the nurses have to transfer him to ICU. Right. So you could see that the teams that were developed just now were evolve about Mr. Tan Ah Gao, who is our simulated patient. Okay, then another case that we have, right, apart from Tang Akao, we have like Madam Mary, and this Madam Mary is a coma patient so we use a mannequin. Right, we use a mannequin to represent Mary Tan, and this Madam Mary, right, is a is a chronic failure patient and came in because of a fall, and then he is in fact is a DIL, we call it dangerous illness list, is a DIL and do not resusc patient. She's actually receiving end of life care. So in team 1 and team 2, the care involved is more end of life, and she and then the last team, right, involved post-mortem care, right? Yeah. She's the she yeah, so the nurses prepare her for post-mortem, and this is a family grieving family member. So we call we have our simulated patients to be the relative, right, to create the realistic environment. Right. So here, right, in this simple program, you could see involving at least 2 patients, right? We put our students into very small group learning. In fact, we put them according to hospital. According to the hospital, yeah. The reason is because we also bring out some of the hospital practices to share with them. Right. So you could see that it's a small group learning is about 10 to 12 with one facilitator. And then you could also see that, our simulated patient will be also actively involved in giving feedback to our students. Right. So this is the use of experiential. They will have role play. After role play, they will do a small group debrief. Right. So then here, if you want to know more about this program, I have actually published it many years ago in 2013. Yeah. So I have actually done two studies. One focusing on the quantitative. In this paper, I actually describe very much on what was done in each scenario. Right. If you want to know more about the very detail about the program, you can read this article. Yeah. Then I did a qualitative study to look at the impact on this simple program on their clinical practice, and I interview them in using qualitative method. So if you want to find out, how the whole learning impact on their clinical practice, you could read on this article. So in this article, it actually highlighted the importance of the academic practice partnership to deliver this simple program. Yeah. So I forgotten to highlight is that for this simple program, we invite our so-called our alumni, our graduate nurses to come and involve in facilitation with us. That was done before COVID, right? So before COVID, we have them to come in to facilitate with us, to share our experiences. They come in to share experiences with our students. But however, after COVID, during COVID, and then during COVID, they couldn't come. But that's why we came up with another method, which is the tele simulation to bring them in, which I'm going to show you. I'm going to explain to you later. Okay. Right. So then here, just now, for this simple programmer, when they go in, right, we want them to be prepared. We want them to prepare with a set of their core clinical skill, right? So then here, so before they come into this simulation, we ask them, we have a lab for them, and then we have all the video resources and guide for them, and even the lab for them, task trainer, and all the requisite. We also give them one packet of requisite to bring home to practice their skill, right? We want them to learn up their core skill first before putting them into the simple program. Yeah. So sometimes you all know, as a student, there's no motivation to practice. But after the simple program, they will also come back to the lab again to practice, because during the simple program, they know that their skills are not good. They will motivate themselves to come to the lab to practice the skill. So we make sure that there's lab facilities and there's requisite for them to practice. Yeah. So these are we also list out the key core skill that they will have to know, that they will have to practice. And we tell them that any of the skill will be assessed will be assessed as part of their team-based simulation. So that motivate them to really practice the skill, right? Especially unary categorization. So we don't ask them, so we give them a list of core skill. We don't tell them that, all the skill. We will have to be, we identify the key skill. If you tell them all the skill, it's very difficult for them to focus. So we list out the skill that they will be tested for as part of this simulation. Right. So talking about, so after they have gone through the learning, right, the 8 hours of simple program, and also prior to the simple program, they practice on the technical skill, and even after that, they have opportunity to go to the lab and practice the skill. Yep. Then they will be going through so-called the team-based simulation assessment. Right. So you could see from the picture, right? It is called team-based, is because we are not testing them alone. We are testing them as a pair. Okay, so as a pair, so here you can see that one nurse will be the one that is in charge. So when she's in charge, right, she got to make decisions, she got to communicate with the doctor, and she will delegate the task, right, to another nurse. Right. So this nurse will so-called the assistant nurse, right? She will be the one who perform the skill. Right. So in this simulation-based assessment, you could see that we have two assessor. We have two assessor while, so while I'm observing this student performing the skill, in this case is IV therapy. Another nurse, right, will be looking at her, another student communicating, making decision. Right. So this is what we implemented in our team-based simulation assessment. Right. So then we have two cases. So then in another case, right, the two nursing students, they will swap their role. They'll swap their role, and we will assess in their different component. Okay, so basically, just now, just to explain, this team-based simulation assessment involve the team care of a patient. So just now, one will be the team leader, the one that make decision, the one that call the doctor will be the team leader in charge. And then just now, the one that perform the procedure will be known as the assistant nurse. So they were given 35 minutes to perform. So they will expect to do like physical assessment, okay, intervention. After they have done this, we provide them with feedback. Right. Yeah. So here basically we train them. They know that what is their task. The team leader supposed to make decision, make decision, call the doctor, and then delegate the task to the assistant. So the assistant will tell them that they're supposed to help, they're supposed to execute the care, and they're supposed to follow the instruction. So that if the nurse asks you to perform this skill, you have to perform. So then, but if there's any serious concern, they should speak up. They cannot just follow the nurse blindly, right? So we use this A, B, C, D, E to guide their roles lah. Okay, so then here during the team-based assessment, right? We look at their communication, their professionalism, patient care, clinical procedure, safe practice, and clinical knowledge and reasoning. So here we use a scale of 1 to 9, right? They must meet at least 4. Right. If they go down, if they only achieve 1 to 3 in any domain, then we will have to then they will require to do something. Okay, the follow up action. I'll share with you later. So basically, the core competency we are looking at is management of care, how they manage the patient. In fact, we will always throw a scenario whereby the patient starts to complain and they're supposed to use A, B, C, D, E to assess them. Then implement, they're supposed to carry out some intervention and evaluate the care. So that's part of management of care. And then another component that we're assessing is how they come up with the nursing problem and interpret the assessment data. So the in-charge nurse must have clinical reasoning. Okay, so the communication, we look at how effectively they call the doctor, talk to the doctor using ISPA. And then the clinical procedure will be more on the assistant nurse, looking at, for example, how they administer, a medication, right? For safe practice, we are looking into, whether they have performed 5 rights, identified patients using 2 identifier and the infection control. Okay, then professionalism, we look at the teamwork, how they work with each other and their roles and responsibilities. Right. Yeah. So just now we mentioned that, they must at least achieve a 4. Okay. Those who did not, right, who did not achieve, those who did not meet the satisfactory level for clinical procedure and patient safety, right, they will have to go for another round of assessment. Right. So usually we ask them to go back to the lab to practice a skill again, and then we reassess them again. Right. So the rest of the competency, like professionalism, clinical reasoning, right? We ask them to do a reflection. So those non-skill one, we ask them to do reflection, and then send back to us. Yeah. So these are the follow-up action based on after the assessment and after we have given them the feedback. They either has to come back for repeating the skill again, or they will have to do a reflection. Right. So then here, you can see that with the team-based, with the focus of the team-based simulation assessment, we are actually measuring the learning outcome based on their core competencies. So here, you can see that we apply the simulation-based mastery learning approach. Yeah, so you can read more on this article on how how this whole program is underpinned by this mastery learning model. Right. Yeah. So then here we did a study. We did a qualitative study lah. That was quite recently. I think in the year of like 2 to 3 years back. With the focus of team-based assessment, we did this study, and we find out that one of the important component in this whole simple program is about deliberate practice to gain self-efficiency. So this part I wanted to highlight is sometimes we go too much on the use of simulation realism, but here our study shows that what was important when to have impact on their T2P is the competency of their core skill. It's competency of performing the skill. Yeah. So here the students say that mention about the program that help them is because they have the opportunity to practice and practice and practice. And when they go out for their T2P, they feel more confident, right? So here in this, they feel more confident, right? So here I wanted to highlight is that no matter how much, a simulation we give it to them, how realistic it is, never forgot about the clinical competency of skill. Yeah, that's the most essential to build their confidence, right? Yep. So then here, so I have actually completed talking about the 8 hours of simple program, then the 4 hours of video resources where they do their own practice in the lab, and then the 1 hour of about 1 hour of simulation based assessment, right? So I'm going to share more about the virtual, right? Just now what I have shared is more about the face to face in the lab. That what they have done and how we assess them. Now I'm going to talk about the use of virtual to provide interprofessional education, and also the tele-simulation with the hospital preceptors. Right. So here you can see that the core competency, the objective is different, right? So here Okay, so for the virtual simulation-based IPE, right, our nursing student has the opportunity to come together to do interprofessional education with the medical student. And here we focus on doctor-nurse communication and team training on the care of a sepsis patient, right? So here we in fact actually we used to incorporate this in the simple program. Yeah, whereby we get the medical students to come in to do face-to-face simulation. But however, never a time we can have all the medical students to come and join. Yeah, and we face very much challenges to put them together in face-to-face simulation. And this is why we decided to do virtually. And when we put into virtually, we are able to we're able to integrate into the curriculum whereby all the medical student and all the nursing student can receive this learning. Right. So here you can see that it's very similar. It's just the platform is different. The nurse avatar, right, will be communicating with the doctor avatar, and this doctor avatar is controlled by the medical student. And then this one, right, the patient, right, is the patient is also controlled by a simulated patient, right? And then the nurse will be required to assess the patient by clicking on the patient body, right? So the scenario, everything is the same, right? Yeah. Right. So then a bit on this virtual simulation. So behind the screen, right, we have the simulated patient, and this is what the simulated patient will view. This is the view of he's looking at the maybe the nursing student, and he can control. There's a panel for him to control, to lift out the hand. You see, to lift out the hand, to smile. There's expression, to blink the eyes, and then the healthcare student. This is the students the avatar student, right? This is what the avatar student will view at the first person perspective of the patient, right? And this the facilitator will be there also, and the facilitator, right, will see the whole scenario. This is the view of it's a third person perspective lah, of the whole scenario. Then, as a facilitator, we can observe what is happening, and then we can give feedback. Right. So this virtual simulation platform allow us to allow the students to role play in a form of avatar, and then bring them to the tutorial room for debriefing. Right. And then the approach that we use is experiential learning approach. Right. So in this virtual simulation IPE, the learning objective of our student and the medical student is to apply the communication strategies, including ISPA, call out, chat back, with the aim to improve the doctor and nurse communication. Apart from that, because it's also scenario based, they are required to apply their clinical reasoning and teamwork skill in the care of patients with sepsis. Yeah, so this is the clinical knowledge that they are gaining from the learning outcome. Right. So in this 3 hours program, right, they are given 2 scenario. One is the morning round, and then followed by a deteriorating situation. And they are supposed to apply the team steps communication strategies in the scenario. Right. So if you want to know more about I have published this in GMIR, that looks into that compare, we compare virtual is it better than real life simulation, right? Our study in fact shows that so we did an RCT study where we have 60 medical and nursing students. One, we put them into the virtual reality, and then the other one we put them into the face-to-face real life simulation, and then we tested them through the use of team-based simulation, and also with questionnaire, right? So so this is example of how we observe after they have done, right, the RC, after they have done either the virtual or the face-to-face, we put them into a simulation-based assessment and assess them, right? So our study shows that you can see that the simulation is slightly higher lah, but there's no significant. So which is a good result. So this shows that the virtual is as good as the face-to-face simulation in terms of team communication, right? So our this study highlighted that the use of the virtual reality, right, is not inferior when compared to the live simulation, right? And with its scalability and practicality, this virtual simulations, it is in fact a better method to prepare our student, right? So with this outcome, right, we translate the virtual into our curriculum, and this is why we are using it as a platform for interprofessional education. Yeah, so if you're interested to know more about how this virtual reality has been translated into the curriculum, you can read more on this article. Right. Okay. So then here, I wanted to share about this virtual. It's not just one time, because we have so many students to cover. We have about like this in 2020, right? We have about 600, 300 medical and 300 nursing students. We do almost every day, weekdays, and it's at night time. Okay, the 6 to 8:30. So we put our student into small group, 3 medical, 3 nursing student to undertake this program. And each time we have 2 concurrent sessions going on. Okay, so I need to train facilitator, and I get about 20 alumni to run about 100 over session. Right. So I also get simulated patient to help me out, with the virtual patient. Yeah, we just completed the last round for this tool to implementation. So you could see that it's very resource intensive. Right. Yeah. So then here, just now I have mentioned about the use of the virtual simulation for IPE, right? By using that creative project, I wanted to share that we also use that platform to bring our preceptor together. Yeah. So just now earlier, right, I highlighted that, in this simulation program, okay, we wanted to bring our practice nurses to come in. Okay. Just now this one is the team-based assessment, right? In fact, in our team-based assessment, we used to have our alumni. We used to have the practice nurses to come and facilitate, to come and assess together with us, the faculty. So that's a good exchange. We have the clinical and then the faculty to collaborate together when come to assessment and also learning. Yeah, and also the simulation learning. But because of COVID, right? That during COVID, they couldn't come anymore. So what we did is to put them into the in the form of tele simulation. Yeah. Why? I think this is the part that is important. We want to prepare them for T2P. We need to allow them to have the opportunity to learn together with the practice nurses, right? We did a study. We did an exploratory study about regarding the T2P experience, and one of the major gap is about this. We identified barriers, and these barriers include uncertainty about learning objective. The preceptor doesn't know really about their learning objective, and then there's a discrepancy in the assessment, and there's also hierarchical communication, and most importantly, they don't know what each other are doing and practices. So this exploratory study really identified the need of academic and practice partnership. Yeah. So with that, right, even though they cannot come in to our simulation face to face, we bring them in through the tele simulation. Right. So we bring them in, and then we have the preceptor and the clinical facilitator to come and together to facilitate. Yeah. So we put in. So we have a 3-hour session whereby the hospital preceptor comes in to facilitate together with the faculty. Yeah. So here we enable them. We let the preceptor to learn some of the teaching strategies to help them in terms of case discussion, and also to how to give feedback to our nursing student, and how to assess our student. Okay, we use this EPA to competency assessment to look at our student performance. So this is what we do in the tele simulation, right? Okay, so maybe I just see whether I can run this or not.
It's a juice pressure. 135 over 87. Okay, then his temperature 38.5. Yeah, and pulse rate was 95 pulse rate.
Right.
Are you feeling any breakfast, or is it because you're feeling a pain, that's why you're breathing?
So you can see that our nursing student now.
Not much appetite.
Okay, this is the voice of our patient. Okay, can. So then what you have seen, right? The students will do role play, and then on the virtual patient, and then the faculty, right, and the preceptor will observe what they are doing, and then they will give feedback. They will give feedback to them, and then they also use this competency to assess them, to give them feedback. So we all come together, the faculty and preceptor come together to interact, to have role play with our student. Right. So this tele simulation we evaluated. We evaluated from the nurse, from the preceptor roles perspective, and from the nursing student perspective. So if you are interested in in knowing more about the study, you can read this article. Yep. Okay, so then here, right. So just to summarize the whole thing, with regards to the use of different types of simulation for our student learning to prepare them for transition to practice. Okay, we utilize the high fidelity simulation, the 8 hours simple program. Then we have we give them opportunity to do we have this virtual, bring the preceptor in to do virtual tele simulation, and then then we have giving lab, providing them the labs to do their procedure simulation. And then lastly we have give do a team based form of simulation, right? So with these, right, with all these different types of simulation, we just recently now we are still doing a study to look at the how this, by putting all this, blend this together, how effective it is in terms of in terms of improving the readiness of our nursing student for the T2P simulation, right? We are still in the midst of analyzing the qualitative data. We have done the quantitative part, and our quantitative part shows that the readiness has improved significantly, before and after the whole of the program, right? Yeah. That's the end. That's the end of my sharing on the use of different types of simulation modalities to to enhance our students' transition to practice. Thank you very much.
네, 코로나 시대에 간호교육의 형태나 내용에 대해서 저희 대학의 교수님들이 되게 고민이 많았었는데요. 저도 어떻게 보면 이것이 도전이 아니었나 생각이 듭니다. 네, 소긴 교수님의 또 시뮬레이션을 접목한 학생 간호사 교육에 대한 강연 잘 들었고요. 싱가포르 국립대학교의 시뮬레이션 교육의 프레임, 또 텔레 시뮬레이션에 대한 내용이 참 인상이 깊었습니다. 네, 바로 이어서 다음 세 번째 강연입니다. 세 번째 강연은 계명대학교 이수경 교수님의 디스트 너싱 레볼루션의 주제로 강연을 해주실 건데요. 이수경 교수님은 서울대학교에서 박사학위를 받으셨고요. 주 연구 관심 분야는 의료 및 간호 정보입니다. 네 번째 강연 시작하겠습니다.
Good morning. My name is Soo-kyung Lee. It is great honor to present at a special international conference held in virtual space. The title is Digital Nursing Revolution: The New Brain and Hands for Value of Nursing. My presentation breaks down into 5 sections, excluding the introduction and conclusion. I will divide it into 3 main areas: nursing education, research, and practice. Now I'm going to start explaining the digital nursing revolution. As you know well, Florence Nightingale was an English social reformer, statistician, and the founder of modern nursing. In 1859, she created Lowe's diagram about the causes of mortality in the British Army. Eventually, she showed the hygienic method saved thousands of lives during the Crimean War. This diagram is still used in data visualization by many people. Also, she is respected as a great data scientist. Already 160 years ago, she made innovative nursing revolution. Many years have passed and now we are going through another change in nursing. In recent years, the world has been suffering from COVID-19. Once again, nurses took the lead and saved many people's lives. Famous street artist Banksy was donated new painting Game Changer to raise the spirit of medical professionals working on the front line during the coronavirus pandemic. It showed a young boy playing with a North Star as new favorite superhero instead of Batman and Spider-Man. Also in South Korea, as thanks to challenge campaign, many people showed their respect, and thanks to all the nurses that are fighting COVID-19 on the front line. As you can see in the picture, Nightingale became an icon of the lady with the lamp, making rounds of wounded soldiers at night. Like the Nightingale walked on unknown road with a lamp, I hope that we could continue to challenge the inevitable nursing revolution with new brain hands for valuable nursing. For digital nursing revolution, new tools include the following and will continue to change and develop: AI, health big data, IoT, wearable device, robot, immersive technology, digital therapeutics, digital twin in healthcare. I think there will be topics you already know about and some topics are unfamiliar. In a short time today, I'll briefly explain how these tools are used. By understanding various tools and looking at use cases, you can get new ideas and come true in the near future. I sincerely hope today will be the first step in participating in the digital nursing revolution. For making visible and valuable nursing, open new horizons in nursing through the digital nursing revolution. We are all challengers in digital nursing transformation. Digital transformation is the adoption of digital technology by an organization to digitalize non-digital products, service, or operations. The goal for its implementation is to increase value through innovation, invention, customer experience, or efficiency. At recent conference, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella said, due to COVID-19, digital transformation took place in just 2 months, which took 2 years in the past. Digital transformation is not an option for business, but a necessity. In the future, companies will be left behind if they do not digitally transform. Also, he called out to face global challenges digitally. What are the benefits of digital health? You can expect it well enough. Digital health improve continuity of care and facilitate engagement and improve access and also provide better information. One of the key advantages is increased visibility of nurses' contributions to outcomes of care. What can nurses do for the digital nursing revolution? The first and most important role for ensuring that digital health solutions support nursing practice necessitates that Nurses participate in their design, selection, implementation, and evaluation. Also, nurses should advocate for the inclusion of standardized nursing language and measure in electronic health records. Nurses are obligated to report any potential risk or unintended consequences arising from the use of ICTs in clinical settings. There are different roles in various areas of nursing. In nursing education, it is needed on how nurses can utilize digital skills and improve their work with this skill. For nursing practice, it should bear the knowledge, skill, and competencies needed to work with AI, the new medical team. Nursing research should be conducted as evidence for improving the nursing environment, such as efficiency of nursing work, development of nursing equipment and nursing policy, calculation of nursing fee, etc. Let's take a look at the digital transformation in nursing field, breaking it down into three sections: education, research, and practice. I'll start with the field of nursing education. What is nursing informatics? It has been most recently described as incorporating the science of nursing with information, technology, communication, and more recently includes the use of analytical science to support the integration of data, information, knowledge, and wisdom into the provision of evidence-based nursing care. From this year, our nursing college opened new subjects for competencies to adapt to the fourth industrial revolution and digital transformation. First-year students take 3 credits of the Introduction to Nursing Information course. In this course, various topics of digital transformation are covered. By making smart house and sensor robot using IoT, VR, sensor technology to help understand the principle and mechanism of digital technology in use case, to help suggest new ways to utilize health technologies. Students practice making LED automatic light robot. It is voice and sound sensor operated. Let's take a quick look at video filmed by the students themselves. Students build a smart house using IoT. They can control the lights and fans in the model house using Wi-Fi PCB control with mobile phone. A key component printed circuit board is the backbone of all electronic devices. This is a smart house operation video. Students practice designing an app using free app prototyping tool by Kakao. The Open app enables user-centered interface and design for creative projects. These features are app screens created by students while practicing. I will introduce some simple and useful tips to easily experience AI in class. Teachable Machine is a web-based machine learning tool by Google that anyone can use. Everyone can create machine learning algorithm using photos or videos. In this example, after training with pictures of dog and cats, and then AI can guess what the new feature is. Here's another interesting site. QuickDraw is a website where AI recognizes doodle. Neural network learn to recognize doodling by the world's largest doodling dataset. Open the site in Chrome and write the drawing you want. It's really amazing how accurately it identifies drawing. To learn and experience computational thinking, students practice coding for programming. They learn text mining through Python coding practice using the dialog script dataset. Python is the most powerful programming language used for machine learning. It is and simple for anyone. That is why a lot of people recommend to beginners. Recently, AI interviews are also used in hiring hospital nurses. In order to secure objective in recruitment, the AI competence test is spreading, especially in university hospitals. Now let's move on to nursing research. I'll first introduce the digital health research I have done. I have developed EMC program based on mobile health big data platform for prevention of metabolic syndrome in Korean young adults. These are system architecture and main screen of EMC program. With another study, I am developing intelligent analysis system for health big data using a social network analysis and machine learning. This is the architecture of intelligent analysis system. I'm mainly researching about exploring research topic and trends using text network analysis. I analyzed 3,000 papers over 35 years related to e-health. We also analyzed 9,400 papers related to medical education for 50 years. Machine learning is a field of computer science that uses statistical techniques to give computer systems the ability to learn with the data. We develop predictive algorithms for pressure ulcer in nursing home using support vector machine model in machine learning method. We proceed in the following order over its 4-step processes: data pre-processing, variable selection, predicting modeling, evaluation model. The data were collected over last 3 years from nursing home across the South Korea. Dataset consists of following variables with a total of 344 cases. They consist of organization, employee, and resident-related information. As a result, developing the algorithm, we found a combination of variables in prediction model of linear SVM. The important variables are facility grade, number of current residents, urinary incontinence, bedridden status. From my previous research, I obtained a patent and standard. Also, we got several copyrights for the software program and education materials. These are studies conducted with nursing students. Although it's not my research, I would like to introduce recent study related to digital health by other research. A digital twin is a virtual model designed to accurately reflect a physical object. The project aims to develop the digital twins of the personalized human system by integrating the latest developments in personalized modeling. Digital therapy is mainly provided in the form of software programs such as mobile application, games, virtual reality, and chatbots. The following are digital therapeutics that are actually being used. EndeavorRx games are for children with ADHD. Nuneps are VR program for visual impairment improvement. Now let's look at nurse practice. Have you heard of CES, an annual exhibition where major electronic companies around the world showcase various high-tech electronics? This year, CES was themed Beyond Everybody, Every Day in Las Vegas. After the COVID-19 pandemic, to maintain a safe and happy life with the technological revolution, digital healthcare status changes from supporting role to the star. Abbott received Best of Innovation Award for advancement in health technology. The Freestyle Libre 3 sensor is the world's smallest, thinnest continuous glucose monitor. It was designed with a focus on simplicity and its easy use. I'll introduce some of the healthcare products of CES. AlgoCare's customized nutritional supplement. Little One Smart Bottle is breastfeeding activity assistant infant healthcare device. 10 Minds Motion Pillar 3 improve symptoms by dictating, snoring, and modifying head position. Lucy by Lucid Lab is cognitive evaluation training system using AI and VR technology. Now, out of CES, look at the recently used nursing equipment and device. Nursing assistance robot called Nursing Cap 25. Patient barcode face-to-face records are displayed and blood sugar levels are automatically recorded. Automatic needle destroyer Andy, developed by startup Moon, protect nurses from needle stick injuries and secondary infection of blood-borne disease. Let's see how it works. Immersive technologies such as VR, AR are also used in clinical setting. Nurses experience VR education. Stroke and dementia patients are receiving rehabilitation treatment. Real-time location system using IoT is operative by medical center, identify location at a glance by attaching sensors. These changes have led to significant reduction in job handovers and increased nurse work efficiency. The following equipment is also installed and used. Yongin Severance Hospital established a bedside monitor for inpatient. Also, introducing Y-Tone, a messenger for faster and more effective communication among medical team. Seoul National University Hospital introduced the delivery robot and cleansing robot and guidance robot. Eunpyeong Hospital introduced the world's first voice recognition nursing record. It is much more convenient and accurate with mobile, real-time input of nursing records by voice by reducing nurses' recording task. Fall detection system detect patient movement. Integrate pressure ulcer mediation system digitally manages. Korea's Seoul conference will begin in 2014, designed with the theme of patient experience and service design. Recently, interest in the application of service design in healthcare field has increased remarkably. Myeongji Hospital Care Design Center is an organization dedicated to service innovation design to respond toward change in the healthcare environment. Service experience design company called Haeho. This is production of recovery kits for patients discharged from COVID-19 in Seoul. This is an example of applying service design. Change the health screening result report to make it easier to understand as life changes. For patients with diabetic retinopathy, the hospital made production of educational materials. By applying patient-centered service design to find the answer through question, they created guidelines for designing emergency medical service. Now for the conclusion, have you felt the wave of digital transformation? I look forward to bring you ideas on how to do your digital transformation. With the pandemic of the COVID-19, the meaning of health and nursing is approaching differently than before. Future healthcare nursing paradigm change to prevention, prediction, personalization, personal engagement. Through the digital nursing evolution, we hope the warm health technologies that can present happy health to all mankind around the world will be more active. Nurses are front runners to lead digital transformation and innovation. We should produce leader-level nursing innovators as Nightingale did in the past. All of us living in the present for a better future of nursing. Let's go together for digital nursing revolution. Now, it's the end of my presentation and thank you very much for listening.
네, 이수경 교수님의 새로운 디지털 패러다임을 접목한 여러 디바이스들의 기술 또 그 연구 방법에 대한 강의 잘 들었습니다. 감사합니다. 지금부터는 앞 세 분 교수님 강연에 대한 질문과 답변을 들어보는 시간인데요. 혹시 혜란 교수님, 류소깅, 이수경 교수님 가상 스튜디오 줌 회의장에 들어와 계십니까? 네, 류소깅 교수님 들어오셨고요. 혜란 교수님도 들어오셨고, 예,
Hi.
네네. 싱가포르 국립대학의 소금 교수님은 뒤에 일정이 있으셨는데도 이렇게 참여를 해주셨습니다. 너무 감사드리고요. 소금 교수님께 질문을 먼저 드리도록 하겠습니다. 예, 연구에서 간호대학생 그리고 의대생들을 대상으로 해서 IP와 하스피탈 프리셉터를 이용한 두 가지 시뮬레이션의 교육을 해보았을 때, 연구 결과에서는 유의미한 차이가 없었다고 했는데, 실제 운영하고 경험해 보셨을 때 느끼셨던 장단점에 대해서 설명을 해달라는 채팅창에 질문이 있네요. 예, 그래서 소김 교수님 여기에 대해서 질문, 답변 부탁드리겠습니다.
Hello. Hi everyone. Yeah. Am I supposed to answer now? Okay.
네, 답변 부탁드리겠습니다. 지금 통역 중이셔가지고 답변이 조금 늦어지시는데요. 네. 네, 소김 교수님 답변 부탁드리겠습니다. Okay. Professor Professor Sogin, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, please answer the question.
Okay. Okay. The questions that you've given me through email, right? Right.
Yeah.
So maybe perhaps right. So there's a question with regards to the use of the tele simulation. What were the benefit for the students, the preceptor, and also the faculty, right? So just now what you have seen is we use the tele simulation to bring the three groups together, right? The preceptor, the students, and also our faculty, right? So the good thing about coming together before going for the clinical practice for the students, it allowed our students to get to know their preceptor. Yeah, so it's actually good to build relationship with the preceptor who is going to precept them in the clinical practice. So then here, so we wanted to develop the rapport. So for the preceptor, right, what they have gained from the tele simulation is how to assess our student. Because during the tele simulation, we introduce them on how to grade our student during their clinical practice. So they get themselves familiar with our assessment format. Right. As for our faculty, what we could hear from them is that what they learn from the tele simulation is it is actually a good chance for them to hear from the preceptor what are the current hospital practices. Yeah, so that partner helps my faculty to update our academic faculty to update on the current hospital practices, and most important, they build relationships. So like they know, the faculty will know who are the preceptor, and then when they go out in the clinical, they already know each other from the tele simulation. Yeah, so it helps them to build relationship in terms of facilitating our students learning in the clinical practice. Right. So these are the specific education benefit through the program. So for that part, right, the tele simulation, we focus on the preceptor, faculty, and student. We have another program that we also use the virtual simulation. The one is together with the medical student. So for that medical student is another program. So it's the interprofessional education. Right. So we did not get the medical physician or medical students to come into the preceptor tele simulation.
Thank you for your
I hope
answering.
I have answered the question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
외국 연자분들은 줌 기능이 조금 익숙하지 않으셔가지고 이게 통역 기능을 잘 모르셨나 봐요. 그래서 조금 딜레이가 있었습니다. 시간 관계에서 바로 이어서 이수경 교수님께 질문을 먼저 드리도록 하겠습니다. 이수경 교수님 강연에 대한 질문 있으신 분은요, 카메라를 켜고 질문을 좀 부탁드릴게요. 누가 질문을 해주실 수 있을까요? 네, 어떤 분이 질문하실 수 있을까요?
제가 질문해도 될까요?
네네네. 성함이 박성미 님이신데요. 질문 부탁드리겠습니다.
교수님께서 간호사가 디지털 변화와 혁신의 선두주자라고 말씀을 해주셨는데, 혹시 그 디지털 간호 혁명을 위해서 간호사로서 우선적으로 무엇을 해야 할지 좀 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 기술이 다양해서 뭐부터 배워야 될지 잘 모르겠고 고민이 됩니다.
네, 질문에 답변 드리도록 하겠습니다. 기술은 계속 변화하기 때문에 한 시점에서 기술을 습득하고 학습한다고 하더라도 계속 변화하는 기술들을 지속적으로 업데이트하지 않으면 소용이 없는 부분들이 많이 있습니다. 그러다 보니 간호학생이나 간호사들이 이제 간호에 집중하기도 쉽지 않은데 이런 테크닉을 함께 학습하고 공부하는 것은 쉽지 않겠지만 그래도 우리 영역 안에서 이런 기술들이 활용되고 적용돼야 되는 부분들이 필요하기 때문에 여러분들께서 우선 깊이 있게 우리가 코딩 전문가가 된다거나 이런 기술 개발자나 전문적인 기술을 개발하는 사람이 되려고 노력하는 것이 아니라 우리 주변에 어떻게 이런 기술들이 활용되고 적용되는지에 대한 끊임없는 관심, 그리고 학습, 그리고 또 우리 의료 분야나 간호 분야에 이것들을 끌어와서 어떤 식으로 우리 현장과 교육 상황에서 이것들을 적용할 수 있을지에 대한 주도적인 고민, 관심, 이런 것들, 도전, 이런 것들이 우선 필요하다는 생각이 들고요. 그리고 실제로 이제 요즘에는 유튜브 영상이나 다양한 온라인에 셀프 스터디를 할 수 있는 자료들이 정말 많이 있습니다. 그래서 그런 것들을 통해서 필요한 것들을 학습하는 첫 출발을 하시면 도움이 될 것 같습니다. 예.
네, 다양한 분야에
이상입니다.
더 관심 가지도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 이수경 교수님의 답변 그리고 질문해 주신 박성미 님 감사드립니다. 자, 한예라 교수님께 이 질문을 한번 해볼 건데요. 한예라 교수님 혹시 들어와 계세요? 제가 들어와 있는 거를 한번 봤는데요. 오전에 되게 일찍 들어오셨었는데 한예라 교수님 혹시 들어와 계십니까? 아니, 한예라 교수님이 접속 중이신 곳은 미국인데요. 굉장히 늦은 밤인데 지금 이렇게 아까 오전 9시 반 정도에 계속 들어와 계셨는데 지금 접속이 아마 안 되시는 것 같아요. 그 접속을 계속 시도해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 일단 여러 시간 관계상 지금 일단 질문은 마감을 하고요. 질문해 주신 그리고 이수경, 류소깅 교수님의 자세한 설명에 감사드립니다. 시간 관계상 추가 질문은요. 교수님들이 모든 자신의 메일을 공개해 주셨어요. 그 메일로 추가 질문을 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 예, 그러면은 마무리하고요. 강연에 대한 Q&A 시간을 마무리하고 제가 앞서서 말씀드렸습니다. 깜짝 추첨 이벤트를 지금 진행하겠습니다. 네, 저희 계명대학교 간호과학연구소 운영위원 교수님이신 이주미 교수님께서 여기 나와 계신데요. 이주미 교수님 한번 이렇게 안녕해 주세요. 네, 이주미 교수님께서 여기 등록해 주신 분들 3분을 추첨을 하도록 하겠습니다. 그래서 이 3분을 먼저 추첨해 주시면 제가 그 분의 성함을 읽어 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이주미 교수님 추첨 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 두근두근 누구일까요, 여러분? 네, 첫 번째 추첨되신 분은요, 장유선. 휴대폰 뒷자리 3555입니다. 네, 축하드립니다. 장유선님. 휴대폰 뒷자리 3555번입니다. 축하드리겠습니다. 자, 그 다음 두 번째 추첨자인데요. 자, 누구일까요? 두근두근. 자, 성함은 서민지. 휴대폰 뒷자리는 0729입니다. 두 번째 추첨자 축하드립니다. 서민지. 뒷자리는 0729입니다. 자, 이제 마지막 추첨자입니다. 자, 마지막 추첨자. 자, 마지막 추첨자는요, 황선희. 마지막 추첨자입니다. 4308입니다. 휴대폰 뒷자리 4308 황선희님 축하드리겠습니다. 네. 추첨을 도와주신 이주미 교수님 감사드립니다. 아쉽지만 이렇게 추첨 이벤트를 마무리하고요. 이어서 국제학술대회, 저희 국제학술대회 후반부에 4분의 강연을 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 추첨 이벤트는요, 여러분 아쉽죠? 예, 다음 강연들 이후에도 한 번 더 제가 하겠습니다. 그래서 꼭 줌회의에 카메라를 켜주시고요. 참여해 주시기를 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 안내사항 계속 말씀드리겠는데요. 오늘 3D 가상 스튜디오 국제학술대회 진행은 유튜브로도 생중계가 되고 있습니다. 그래서 채팅창에 그 주소를 확인하실 수 있고요. 약간 딜레이는 있지만 고화질을 여러분들이 감상하실 수 있겠습니다. 3D 고화질 화면이 송출되기 때문에 약간 지연이 있을 수 있다는 점 양해 부탁드리겠고요. 컨퍼런스 마칠 때까지 줌 컨퍼런스 창 아래 보시면은 설문조사를 할 수가 있어요. 그래서 설문조사에 꼭 정확한 성함과 연락처를 입력해 주시면요. 저희가 설문조사 다 마감하고 그분들께 소정의 음료 기프티콘을 모두 드리도록 하겠습니다. 학술대회 종료 전까지 꼭 입력을 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 이번 국제학술대회 계속해서 말씀드리겠습니다. 동시통역이 제공되고 있습니다. 중창 아래 보시면은 지구본이 있어요. 그 지구본을 한국어로 맞추시면은 동시통역을 들으실 수가 있겠습니다. 영국 포스터 초록 3D 갤러리에서 지금 절찬리에 전시되고 있고요. 공식 홈페이지 멤버스 창에서 바로 접속하실 수가 있겠습니다. 접속자 수는 지금 계속 500명대를 유지하고 있는데요. 너무나 뜨거운 관심 감사드립니다. 여러분 정말 아바타가 정말 멋진 것 같아요. 메타버스 갤러리 안에서 제가 아바타 쭉 봤거든요. 너무 멋진 아바타 만들어주셔서 감사드리고요. 여러분들 뜨거운 관심 대단히 감사드립니다. 자, 이어서 바로 시작할게요. 4번째 강연자는 중국 징잉대학 왕웬준 간호대학장님이 진행해 주시겠는데요. 왕웬준 교수님은 공중보건과 예방의학 교수이고요. 중국에서 예방접종, 그 다음에 공중안전보건 전문가로 활동을 하고 계십니다. 지금부터 왕웬준 교수님의 강연을 들어보시도록 하겠습니다.
女士们、先生们、各位同仁，大家上午好。首先感谢启明大学护理学院的邀请，感谢金教授的邀请。我的汇报主题为数字化技术在老年护理中的应用。下面我结合景英县在数字化智慧护理中开展的工作以及科研，主要从老龄化给中国所带来的挑战，数字化设备给老年护理所带来的机遇，我们景英县在康养智慧平台建设过程中的情况，3个方面给大家交流分享如下。那根据2010年第6次人口普查的资料显示，2013年中国老龄事业发展报告预测，60岁老年人到2020年占全国的人口的比重为 16.6%， 到2030年达到 23.3%， 2040年达到 28%， 到2050年预测将达到所有人口的 30%。 但是在2020年第7次人口普查资料显示呢，2020年中国60岁以上老年人口已经达到了 2.64 亿，占到中国所有总人口数的 18.7%， 已经超过了2013年中国老龄事业发展报告到2020年占比 16.6% 的预测值。新的预测到2035年，中国60岁以上人口将突破 4.18 亿，占总人口的 29%， 届时每3个人中就会出现一个老年人，比2013年预测提前了15年。另外，现阶段中国空巢老人、独居老人将近占到了1个亿，60岁以上失人和半失人的老年人大概是3500万人，而且老年人中的慢病的共病率较高。从数字上看，中国人口的老龄化呈现出老年人口基数大、增长快、困难老人、失人老人数量较多的这种特征性。调查显示，目前中国老年人空巢独居率高达 48.9%。随着社会经济的不断发展和生活水平的提高，老年人口 对生活服务、日常照料、心理沟通以及精神寄托等方面也提出了更高的要求。目前老年人有2个担心，第一个担心就是怕失人、半死人或者是空巢。第二个担心怕生病，失人或生病以后没有人去照顾，因此老年人有各种各样的现实的养老服务需求，呈现出需求的多样化。在中国，养老服务业还处于发展的初期，养老机构数量严重不足。据统计，中国每1000名老年人拥有的养老病床数是 27.5 张，同比增长为 10%。但是目前养老院的床位的空缺率却高达 48% 左右。养老机构发展相对滞后，存在着服务能力不足、专业护理人员缺乏、可持续性发展困难等一系列的问题。虽然提供了养老病床和养老场所，但是老年人不愿意进入这种机构养老。养老职能更多的是依赖于社会养老服务的开展。分析显示，2014年到2050年间，中国老年人口的消费潜力从4000万亿左右能够增长到了106万亿左右。占中国 GDP 的比例从原来 8% 左右提升和增长到 33% 左右。老年产业将逐渐进入快速的发展阶段，迎来老年产业发展的黄金期。同时政府也出台了各种政策、各种优惠以及补贴政策，来支持加快智慧养老产业的发展，并提出积极的去应对人口老龄化，提出应对健康老龄化。这些政策为数字化、智慧化养老提供了巨大的发展前景。目前中国主要的养老方式有3类，居家养老、社区养老和机构养老。居家养老无论在城市还是农村，居家养老都是最常见的一种养老方式。由于受到中国传统思想和习惯的一种束缚，居家养老比较符合中国的形式，以家庭为中心，依靠子女进行养老，也是目前中国最主流的养老方式。但是在中国2020年以前往往是实行一胎制度，所以说给家庭的子女带来了非常大的一个困难。第二种养老形式是社区养老，老人住在社区的家中，能够享受到社区的卫生服务，能够享受到社区的这种集中所提供的医疗护理等服务，是目前比较好的一种发展趋势。但是老年人要进入社区服务中心去获取或享受所对应的一些医疗服务。第3种类型是机构养老，它主要是由于专门的养老机构，包括一些福利院、养老院、老年公寓等等，将老年人集中起来，进行更加全方位、更加专业系统的照顾。这种方式虽然说提供了更专业的照顾方式，但不符合中国传统的养老理念。不过这种养老方式就减轻了部分家庭中的养老的压力。随着数字化、信息化、智能化的发展，使得居家养老已成为世界公认的理想的养老模式之一。那么智能化的居家养老也成为必然的发展趋势之一。通过互联网、智能呼叫、云平台、云技术、移动互联网、GPS 定位等信息技术和数字化的这种信息系统，能够创建系统加服务加老人加终端的这种智慧化的养老模式。通过搭建系统平台，老年人可以运用这些数字化的智能的设备，例如我们的腕表，无线的传输的这种健康的检测设备，来监测生命体征，比如说血压、心率、 血糖等等，以实现子女与养老服务中心与老年人与医疗人员、子女与医疗人员的信息的互通。也就是说，通过这种智能化的设施以后，实现了老年人与子女与养老服务中心与医疗人员的信息互通，来获取数字化、智能化的这种医疗的服务型。所以说，这样有便于去推进了居家养老和社区养老的一个普及。随着新医科、新工科的发展，便携式的可佩戴的数字化智能设备的出现，给老年护理的发展带来了更多的机遇。例如呼叫的定位的终端，老年人一旦出现问题以后，可以紧急呼叫，通过 GPRS 定位，便于子女和服务中心或养老机构去发现老年人的位置。智能的腕表，它可以24小时不间断的去监测心率、呼吸、运动。智能的健康终端，一台设备就可以完成血压、血糖、体温、体脂、心电、血氧、尿液分析等多参数的测定。另外还有一些夜间的睡眠监测终端，可以用于呼吸障碍综合征、心梗、脑梗、老年认知等疾病的预警和筛查，也可以用于慢性病的管理、空巢和独居老人家庭的监护。在我们平台上拥有这种多功能的检测分析设备和可移动性的体检站，一体化的涵盖了身高体重仪、血压仪、血糖仪、肺功能仪、动脉硬化检测仪、骨密度仪、心电仪、体脂分析仪。另外结合中国的中医药的一些特征，配有中医的脉象和所对应的面相仪。这些检测的数据可以与平台系统相连接，将检测的数据传到我们所对应的康养智慧平台的数据库中，通过健康专家评估系统以及专家和医疗专家和医疗团队的综合分析与处理，针对老年人的健康数据进行相对应的实际性的服务。这些设备可用于慢性病人群、亚健康人群、老年人群、手术前后随访的人群，提供近距离的易获取的高质量的医疗健康资源。这种多功能性的可移动性的体检站，又推动了居家养老和居家健康监测的这个进行。这是我们平台上所配备的步态分析系统。这种步态分析系统可以与中国人的步态数据库进行大数据的匹配，评估筛查老年人相关的疾病以及疾病康复后的这种康复效果，并进行相应的一些健康风险的一些评估。例如通过摆动宽度定量分析这种画圈步态的严重程度，进行脑卒中康复的一个评估。另外我们可以通过这种转向角度的评估来评价这种帕金森患者的转弯的这种能力，从而进行帕金森患者的这种康复的评估和康复效果的评估。通过术后的这种患者的患侧的这种负重时间进行骨科后术后的这种评估。通过这种旋拳过度提醒下肢运动的损伤风险，我们可以进行这种训练损伤风险性的预测和风险性的预警。同时可以通过逐步的这种扩新机制逐渐移动的这种轨迹定量的分析这种绊倒风险或者是跌倒风险，可进行老年人的跌倒风险的评估。通过这种足底力量分布的形象化的展示进行膝关节炎下肢生物力学分析。 那么整个评估通过大数据和人工智能的形式，只需要1分钟就可以完成。而这些数字化的设备跟老年护理的发展，那么带来了更多的一些思路和新的一些工作模式。下面我跟大家介绍一下我们济宁医院康养大数据平台的建设过程及开展的相关的科研和社会服务工作。那2019年，我们加入了中国老年疾病临床医学研究中心、老年综合评估及创新联盟，成立了济宁医院老年综合评估中心。2020年，我们设置了康养护理学专业，社区老年护理学专业方向，开始培养康养护理学专业的本科生和硕士研究生。2020年，成立了济宁医院康养大数据智慧平台。2021年，与济宁医院附属医院联合，筹建了以护理团队为主导的网络慢病管理平台。今年年底获批智慧康养社会科学普及教育基地。这些工作就极大地推动了我们济宁医院对康养智慧平台大数据以及老年综合评估中心的建设，有效地去利用数字化的设备、智能化的设备来服务于老年人。济宁医院康养智慧大数据平台在建设过程中，有效地去利用和结合了中国的政策、社区服务以及家居养老服务的特点的基础上，并开发了一套信息化的运用性系统。也就是说，整个大数据平台分为2大模块，一个是信息的采集系统，第二是人群健康的评估系统。这套信息化的系统包含着运行管理、服务中心、服务商、用户自助、健康管理、志愿者、学校和政府的监管等子系统。借助互联网设有门户网站，各角色的这种移动终端 APP 和微信小程序，涉及项目的运营商、老人及其亲属、政府机构、服务商家、服务人员、社区管理人员、医护人员、志愿者等多个角色，并给角色赋有不同的功能。平台通过这种呼叫的定位系统、健康监测类设备、安防类的各种数字化的这种智能的养老终端设备，去采集老年人的生命体征、健康指标、安全信息、养老需求信息等等，然后借助互联网、物联网这种智慧的呼叫、云技术、移动互联网等技术，将数据信息及时的汇总到大数据的分析中心，实现老年人与子女、老年人与服务中心、老年人与医护人员的信息交换，同时也实现了老年人、子女、医护人员、服务人员、四方人员的信息互动。老年人不必住在养老院中，被动的去接受服务，在家中就可以选择或挑选享受专业化的养老服务，涉及生活帮助、康复、护理、急救救助、日间照护、人文关怀、精神慰藉、娱乐活动、法律救援等等，从而创建系统加服务加老人加终端的这种智慧化和智能化的养老服务模式。那么在平台中的核心功能就是以家庭为核心，以社区为依托，是适合中国养老的这种传统化的模式，愿意老人在家里面以家庭为核心，辐射到社会的支撑，然后依托专业化的服务，为居家老年人提供生活照料为主要内容的服务。系统可应用在老年驿站、日间照顾中心、社区服务中心等多个分支的机构，来形成多网点的使用。 同时系统也可以整合老年服务机构、社区的或社会的服务组织、志愿者等多种资源，统一管理，进行资源的合理分配，包括人力资源和物力资源。然后通过这种数字化的、智能化的监测设备和智能化的呼叫中心，来实现老年人的这种健康档案、养老照护、安全监测、居家养老服务、时间银行、购物需求等多方位和全方位的数字化的管理。智慧康养大数据平台可以通过这种直接的呼叫、云平台的服务、APP 等多种方式，结合老年人的自身的需求，全天候的去提供医疗、护理、照护、卫生保健、营养膳食、安全出行旅游、就医等综合服务，从而为老年人提供个性化的养老照顾预约模式和订单式的服务模式。例如，我们运用这种智慧大数据平台来开展了基于康养平台的运动干预项目。慢性病患者和居民通过健康监测设备，将体育运动量、身体活动情况、生命体征等数据上传到这种智慧的大数据平台。平台通过健康评估人员，让我们的医学专家、运动专家、营养专家来结合个体的特征和行为方式，来制定个体的或者群体化的运动的健康处方。依托中心平台，通过身体的这种健康监护来获得各类人群的活动信息，包括他的职业性活动、交通性活动、休闲性活动、体育活动、静态时间以及睡眠时间等相关的信息。通过健康状况的监测来获得人群的疾病状态，尤其是各种慢性病的罹患情况，体格指标、生命体征指标、血生化指标、生活行为、慢性病防控相关资料等信息的采集，同时去结合监测对象的社会人口学资料，比如说他的年龄、性别、受教育程度、婚姻情况、烟酒嗜好、医疗服务的可及性等等方面，有效的去评估本地区以及监测人群的身体运动的现状，探讨身体运动与慢病之间的关系，分析影响不同特征人群体育活动的主要因素，从而制定被推动高血压、高血糖、高血脂等慢性病人的这种人群运动干预项目的实施。目前我们济宁县的项目组主动的去对接地方政府，去创建慢性病防控示范区、健康城市、文明城市等活动。已经和山东省的济宁、东营、日照、临沂、济南等地区与居民的这种健康危险因素监测、慢性病患病现状、健康行为与促进行为、膳食结构与合理营养、身体活动与静态行为、慢性病的核心知识的知晓情况、脑卒中、心血管疾病、癌症、糖尿病等疾病的流行病学调研，以及居民的健康养老需求等为主要内容，来开展各项和各类活动。目前我们已经达到了将近是226个村镇，服务人群达到10万人左右，培训基层卫生人员2000多人次。目前已完成了山东省全省将近是5.5万人的身体活动以及慢性病监测的相关数据。这些数据有效的就推动了我们在社区开展老年人的健康养老以及慢性病的管理。 另外我们平台上拥有各种功能性模块，例如平台拥有定位的管理性模块功能，主要针对一些失智失能的老年人，比如说老年痴呆，患有阿尔茨海默综合征的这种人群。当老人发现意外以后，通过一键呼救的方式，服务人员可以快速的找到老年人所在的这种地方，同时发送短信给亲属，或通过养老机构，连通过与 GPS 的这种对接，结合老年人手持的终端的设备，来实时形成这种实时的定位，即时能定位出老年人的整体的行动轨迹，同时可以了解老年人所在的这种地区，为老年人精准化的这种服务来提供有力的保障，尤其是可以设定这种老年人所对应的这种电子的围栏，也说我们设定区域以后，老年人如果走出了这个区域，那我们的所对应的这种佩戴式的这种终端就会立即和我们的服务系统发出信号，这样立即给予报警。另外呢，老年人一旦走出我们所对应的区域以后，尤其是老年痴呆的患者，患有阿尔茨海默综合征的患者呢，他可能不知道整体的方向和定位，这样我们可以及时的找到老年人，防止老年人的丢失。另外我们在平台上还拥有这种危险的预警性的功能，可以进行跌倒的这种预警，围栏的预警，健康的预警，紧急呼叫的预警，卧床的告警，安防的告警等等。系统通过与各类智能设备的对接，来实时监测老年人的日常生活、行为、身体体征变化，例如血压发生了一些超出正常的阈值，心率过慢过快，都会发生一定的预警信号，及时的给予救治，及时的与社区卫生服务中心和社区养老机构进行对接，及时的派出医护人员给予救治。另外在服务系统中，我们也为老年人提供了多样化的人文关怀的一些服务，通过平台的信息、短信、语音等功能，给老年人发出节日的问候、生日祝福，用药的提醒、体检的这种提醒，文体活动、养生的资讯、天气信息，然后再通过走访老人、居家的走访、发布活动，为老年人提供更多的心理沟通和精神方面的这种慰藉。另一方面，给大家介绍一下平台的发展的一个展望。平台在整合医疗资源和人力资源的同时，全天候的去提供医疗、护理、照护、卫生保健、营养膳食、安全、出行旅游、就医等综合服务，为老年人提供个性化的养老照顾模式，以及住行、住医、住餐、住亲、住购、住急、住热、住游、资讯、健康、安全、定位，包括患病以后转入医疗机构的病床和查体的预定等等第三式的这种服务基础上，着重开展以下护理研究工作。第一个就是通过智慧大数据的平台，依托智慧化的终端设备，实行监测老年人的身体活动及生命体征，并督促干预措施的实施过程。第二方面就是通过综合评估中心定期的这种评估监测，来获得老年人的健康状况、机体机能以及营养状况，来评估干预措施的实施效果。同时通过智慧大数据平台、案例管理中心、综合评估中心对老年人健康数据进行收集，开展自然人群队列研究，结合中心的特色，派出医护人员，开展 非医疗手段的慢病防控和辅助治疗的特色服务。同时通过连续的自然人群的队列研究，可预测慢性病的发病趋势以及它的预后状况，来提供全天候的医护关怀和医疗服务。数字化的这种平台服务，实现了实时的动态监测，实现了实时的动态风险评估，通过各种数理模型和数学模型，让数据体现出它应有的价值。确实我们都将老去，然而值得庆幸的是，互联网加这种养老将是未来中国下一个的开拓市场。这场养老革命正处于发展的初步阶段，只有共生互联，才能形成一个更加可持续性的发展的生态链。最后谢谢各位专家各位同仁的聆听，也再次感谢我们启明大学的邀请。
네, 왕웬준 교수님의 강연 잘 들었습니다. 노인을 대상으로 한 디지털 기술은 그 컨텐츠하고 그다음에 그 기술을 어떻게 지속적으로 이용할 것인가에 대해서 그 항상 관점이 되는데요. 그것을 어떻게 또 지혜롭게 활용할 수 있는지 거기에 대해서 강연을 해주셨습니다. 이어서 바로 중국 징잉대학 왕웬준 간호대학장님 모셔서 바로 질문과 그 설명을 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 혹시 중국 징잉대학의 왕웬준 간호대학장님 회의장에 들어와 계십니까? 네. Please say hello to our audience. 예. 자, 중국 징잉 대학의 왕웬준 간호대학장님의 강연에 대해서 질문을 받아볼 건데요. 질문이 있으신 분들은 카메라를 켜고 질문을 해주시길 부탁드리겠습니다. 어떤 분이 질문을 해주실까요?
네, 안녕하십니까?
네네네. 네, 성함이 윤선정 님이시고요. 네, 질문 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 저는 계명대학교 간호학과 박사생 윤선정입니다. 우선 웬중원 교수님의 강의 감사드리며 질문하겠습니다. 진잉대학교에서 구축한 스마트 빅데이터 플랫폼과 함께 만성 질환자와 노인을 위한 다양한 센터 운영과 성과는 상당히 인상적이었습니다. 특히 2020년에 구축한 헬스 앤드 시니어 케어 인텔리전트 플랫폼 프로젝트 오브 지니 유니버시티와 2021년에 간호팀이 이끄는 네트워크 크로닉 디지즈 매니지먼트 플랫폼에서 모바일로 활용되는 간호사의 앱과 의사, 닥터의 앱 등이 있었습니다. 이와 관련해서 최근 한국에서는 개인정보 보안 문제가 큰 이슈인데요. 간호사와 의사의 핸드폰에서 저장되는 환자들의 이러한 개인정보 보안은 어떻게 유지될 수 있는지 궁금합니다.
非常好的一个问题哈。在中国也一样，患者的信息安全一直是医院卫生服务机构信息管理中一个非常重要的工作尤其是在大数据的这种数字时代网络加速了信息的一个传导提高了患者信息泄露的一个风险性。在中国和我们的智慧大数据平台上，我们建立了一系列的相关的机制，来规范我们医护人员和工作人员的职业道德，来降低患者信息的泄露风险。例如我们在国家层面上颁布了个人信息保护法医疗健康信息被规定为敏感的个人信息应取得个人的单独同意后，这些信息才能使用，并明确指出了患者因生病医治过程中所产生的相关记录，比如说我们的住院志、医嘱、检验单、护理记录、用药记录、药物过敏、疾病史、家族史、现患史以及其他和自己身体状况相关的所产生的各种信息，都属于个人的敏感信息。如果违法的去处理了或使用的患者信息，就要承担相对应的法律责任根据其违法的 情节程度，还要给予一些相应的一些赔款。那么第二方面，在医院和我们的智慧大数据平台上，我们会定期的去强化医务工作者的这种伦理的教育，尤其在上岗前要开展这种专项培训，来提高他的职业道德以及这种责任意识，并强化信息安全以及信息意识，使所有的医护人员和我们的工作人员要明确网络信息的安全的重要性。那第三方面是我们在平台管理上，我们对用户的权限也进行了一定的一个限制，实行了这种分级管理，通过这种分级分类的密码管理，来设置对应的输入、查阅和修改的分级权限，来防止这些患者的信息被一些不法的人去利用。另外，在我们的各个子终端中，都建立了这种防火墙，通过数据的加密，来避免信息的被破解，避免患者信息泄露，来减少问题出现的一个几率。谢谢各位同学的提问。
감사합니다.
谢谢主持人。
네, 왕wen준 교수님의 정말 자세한 답변 감사드립니다. 이렇게 일정이 있으셨는데도 중방에 들어오셔가지고 여러분들에 대한 질문에 대해서 너무나도 성의 있게 답해 주셨어요. 너무 감사드립니다. 자, 이어서 바로 다음번 강연을 들어보시겠는데요. 다섯 번째 강연은 싱가포르 국립대학교의 홍콩대학교의 제이리 교수님이십니다. 자, 제이리 교수님은 영국 에든러버 대학교에서 박사학위를 받으셨고요. 현재 홍콩대학교 간호대학의 조교수로 재직 중이십니다. 제이리 교수님은 질적 연구, 그다음 현상학 등의 간호 연구 방법론과 관련된 다양한 연구를 수행하고 계시고요. 그럼 지금부터 제이리 교수님의 다섯 번째 강연 시작하겠습니다.
Hello everyone, my name is Jay Lee. I'm an assistant professor at School of Nursing, the University of Hong Kong. Thank you very much for your invitation. I feel privileged. I'm pleased to introduce one of my research projects titled Mobile Message Delivered Cognitive Behavioral Therapy to Reduce Depressive Symptoms in Informal Caregivers of Stroke Survivors. It is an ongoing randomized control trial project, so I would like to deliver this presentation by focusing on the intervention development and delivery and the study findings from interim analysis. I would like to acknowledge that this project is funded by University Grant Committee in Hong Kong. First of all, I would like to talk about the study backgrounds. Stroke is the second cause of death in the world and the most serious leading causes of long-term disabilities. There are several causes for stroke occurring at all ages. However, the most common risk factor is aging. As many stroke survivors with a physical impairment require care from their caregivers, the stroke caregivers often encounter many challenges, including physical and psychological burdens and a lack of social interactions. These challenges are well documented in literature. If the challenges remain unmanaged and unsupported, it negatively affects the care response and caregivers' health outcomes, including the increase of medical consultation seeking behavior and the risk of patient hospitalization. In addition, it also increased the risk of stroke patient abuse and caregivers' suicidal ideation. So, support for caregivers is much needed to reduce their caregiving burdens. A report from World Health Organization, WHO, also urged to provide support to caregivers. For the support, WHO emphasized to develop and deliver innovative and scalable interventions to effectively reduce caregivers' burdens. Hong Kong is one of the super-aged societies. evidence indicates that there is an increasing number of aging population in Hong Kong. As I indicated earlier, the aging is a strong risk factor of stroke. The stroke is the fourth leading cause of death in Hong Kong. Due to the advance of medical technology and services, stroke incidence and mortality rate has decreased. However, absolute number of people living with stroke has increased due to the population aging. The people living with stroke are mostly cared by their family members in Hong Kong. To have a better understanding of the stroke caregiving situation in Hong Kong, my research team has conducted several pilot studies for this project, one survey and 2 qualitative studies. I will introduce one by one. We conducted a survey in 2018 with 436 stroke caregivers in Hong Kong. We found that the caregivers struggled with their caregiving roles. More than 80% caregivers experienced emotional pressure and depressive symptoms, while the 3/4 experienced high caregiving burdens. We also conducted a qualitative study in 2020 with 34 caregivers. We identified that the reason they don't seek center-based caregiver support, although the supporting services are readily available in Hong Kong. The reasons were they cannot find time due to overwhelming care responsibility. They also have fear and guilty of leaving stroke patient behind if they attend the services. The service centers are also far away from the caregiver's home. They cannot accommodate the services provision time, particularly when they work during the office hours. In another qualitative study, we found that the social distancing measure during the COVID-19 pandemic worsened the caregivers' burdens. Even the burdens increased the risk of patient physical and verbal abuse by the caregivers and worsened intimate relationship between the caregivers and the stroke patient. Based on the evidence from the literature and the pilot studies, we concluded that the provision of remote psychological support and stroke care education are needed for stroke caregivers. Now, I would like to talk about effective intervention that can support the caregiver's psychological well-being. It is cognitive behavioral therapy, also called as a CBT. CBT is one of the most extensively researched and practiced intervention for psychological well-being. It treats the mental disorder, including depression and anxiety, and through the changing their behavior and challenging distorted thought. CBT is recommended by WHO as a first step in addressing depressive symptoms. CBT conventionally delivered in face-to-face mode, but internet-delivered CBT has become popular as it showed the similar effectiveness to the face-to-face mode. Indeed, a meta-analysis reported that internet-delivered CBT showed medium to large expected sizes to reduce psychological distress. Another intervention I would like to introduce is ecological momentary intervention, also called as EMI. EMI offers a framework for delivering medical and psychological interventions. EMI is an innovative and personalized interventions that mainly use the mobile message functions, including instant messages such as WhatsApp and KakaoTalk to deliver the interventions. And it has shown the medium effect size to enhance psychological well-being. EMI supports personalized intervention delivery, and evidence reported that EMI is very cost-effective. In this project, I chose instant messaging app namely WhatsApp, as an EMI, because there are many benefits in using the app. For example, the public popularly used the app daily for their communication without difficulties. The WhatsApp use is free of charge, and researchers do not need to develop healthcare apps for their intervention delivery. It means it's very cost-effective in using the app for intervention. In addition, compared to developing the new app for healthcare intervention, the intervention using instant message app is highly sustainable because, due to many reasons, it is difficult to continuously use many healthcare intervention apps developed for research after the completion of the research. More importantly, the older adults, such as stroke caregivers, also use the app without any difficulty. According to one study done by my colleagues, you can see the table in this slide. Old adults in Hong Kong used instant message apps more than young people for their communication. So, in my project, I reframed the CBT as EMI. In other words, CBT will be delivered by instant messages as a type of EMI in this project. For the research gap, despite of its potential, instant message delivered CBT has not been used for stroke caregivers' psychological well-being in Hong Kong or elsewhere. So, we have been conducting a randomized control trial to evaluate the effectiveness of the intervention, which is a real-time, personalized, and cost-effective approaches for psychological well-being in stroke caregivers. Now, I would like to talk about the CBT message development and each instant message delivery in this project. The target population in this project is primary family caregivers of community-dwelling stroke survivors who have mild to moderately severe depressive symptoms. For this project, I formed an interdisciplinary research team that includes nurses, neurologists, social worker, clinical psychologists, and statisticians. In addition, I'm collaborating with local NGOs for participant recruitment and result dissemination. I'm also collaborating with WHO Collaborating Center for Research and Dissemination of Psychological Intervention for the intervention development. We developed 4 sessions of intervention: brief CBT messages, stroke care education messages, mood change monitoring messages, and nurse-led real-time chatting support. The 4 sessions are delivered by the instant messages for 3 months. To maximize the personalized message delivery, we deliver the messages according to each participant's demographical and caregiving characteristic and preference of the message delivery. Here are the examples of WhatsApp messages. Message left side are psychoeducation messages, and the message right side are behavioral activation messages. Actually, we deliver all messages in Chinese, but we translated to the message into English for your better understanding. These examples show the cognitive reconstructing and relapse prevention messages. I mentioned that psychoeducation, behavioral activation, and cognitive reconstructing and relapse prevention messages before. These are the core components of CBT. As you can see, the message example, we used brief form of messages so that participants can easily read the messages using their smartphone. And we also use many emojis to increase their interest in the messages so that we can facilitate their engagement in the intervention. This slide shows the example of a nurse-led the chatting messages. Many participants actively engage this interactive communication with a nurse. through the WhatsApp messages. As you can see, the examples. For the evaluation of intervention effectiveness, we adopted randomized control trial design. We are required to recruit 128 participants in each intervention and the control group. The intervention groups receives 4 session messages for 3 months, while the control group receives general information about mental health and reminder instant messages regarding follow-up surveys. We measure participant depression, anxiety, stress, and caregiving burden levels, and sleep quality and quality of life. Now, I would like to show you the results from interim analysis and participant feedback. So far, 89 participants have completed 6 months follow-ups. So I will show the result from the 89 participants. I used GEE models of intervention effect on the outcomes. As you can find the table in this slide, compared to the control group, significant improvement were observed in the depression, anxiety, and positive caregiving experience, and sleep quality and caregiver burdens outcomes at T1 and T2 in the intervention group. Similarly, as you can see the figure, the developed intervention significantly reduced participant depression at T1, which is the primary outcome of this study, and also showed stable effectiveness at T2. However, the control group continued to show their depression at T1 and T2. In terms of the participant feedback on the intervention, the participants showed high satisfaction and high perceived usefulness of the intervention, as you can see the figures. Although it is a different study, I would like to briefly introduce the findings from my recently completed pilot randomized control trial for post-stroke depression as well. We recruited total 35 community-dwelling stroke survivors with post-stroke depression. I applied the same intervention as the caregiver project to the stroke survivors for 3 months, as depression is highly prevalent in stroke survivor as well. Similar to the finding from the caregiver randomized control trial, the stroke survivors significantly reduced their depressive symptom at T1 compared to the control group. Although other outcomes such as anxiety, stress, loneliness, and sleep quality were not significantly improved compared to the control group, they significantly improved the outcomes compared to the baseline measurement. Stroke survivors in the intervention group also showed high satisfaction about the intervention, similar to the caregiver randomized control trial. And the stroke survivors perceived that the intervention was easy to use and useful. And through the findings from both stroke caregiver and survivor project, we can find the potential of instant message delivery CBT interventions for not only stroke caregivers, but also stroke survivors and maybe other population groups. In this presentation, I wanted to show how we developed brief CBT intervention and how we delivered the CBT through the instant message to stroke caregivers. As you can see the findings, the instant message delivered intervention is highly feasible and promising to improve psychosocial well-being in stroke caregivers as well as other population. Additionally, the participants showed a high satisfaction regarding the intervention they received and positively perceived the interventions. The results also suggest that the brief form of CBT showed a high potential. So you can consider the brief form of CBT for your future CBT intervention. Another benefit of the brief form of CBT is you can make the intervention highly scalable. so that you can deliver the CBT to larger population. Hence, you can maximize the impact of your intervention. So, you can develop the healthcare intervention with relatively less cost. This is end of my presentation. I hope my presentation is useful for your future intervention development, particularly CBT and instant message delivered interventions. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any question and would like to collaborate for the EMI and CBT intervention, please feel free to drop an email. Thank you very much.
ね, 홍콩대학교의 제이리 교수님이 아주 그 멋진 영국 발음으로 모바일을 이용한 뇌졸중 환자의 보호자의 우울에 대한 중재 연구 결과를 잘 강연해 주셨습니다. 보호자 나이에 따라서 이렇게 어떤 모바일 중재 컨텐츠가 더 효과적인지에 대한 내용이 참 인상 깊었던 것 같아요. 네, 너무 감사드립니다. 자, 이어서 6번째 강연입니다. 6번째 강연은 일본 후쿠오카 대학교의 사토시 이케다 교수님이 해주시겠는데요. 이케다 교수님은 일본 산업의과대학에서 직업환경의학으로 박사학위를 받으셨고요. 현재 후쿠오카 대학 간호대학의 교수로 재직 중이십니다. 그럼 지금부터 이케다 교수님의 5번째 강연 시작하겠습니다.
福岡大学医学部看護学科で精神看護学を担当しております池田聡と申します。この度はこのような貴重な機会をいただきありがとうございます。今回は私が代表で研究開発を行っておりますクルサというアプリとイクサという2つのシステムに関する研究開発の内容について発表させていただきます。短い時間ではございますが、どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。まず、私の研究テーマについてです。私は、産業保険の PhD を取得しておりまして、これまでに看護職の心理的ストレス反応、ワークエンゲージメント、ワークライフバランスといった看護管理やメンタルヘルス関連の研究を行ってきた経緯がございます。最近では、工学分野のテクノロジーを使って看護師の負担軽減であったり、メンタルヘルスの向上ができないかといった内容で研究開発に取り組んでいる次第です。先ほど申し上げた通り、最近の私の研究テーマは主に2つございます。1つ目は訪問看護スタッフ間の連携を実現するアプリケーションクルサの開発になります。そして2つ目は無断離院徘徊防止システムイクサの開発になります。それではまずはじめにクルサについてご紹介させていただきたいというふうに思います。在宅ケアスタッフ間連携アプリクルサの開発の背景になります。地域包括ケアシステムの重要な担い手である訪問看護や訪問介護を取り巻く社会的問題として在宅ケア利用者やその家族による暴力があります。日本の兵庫県の実態調査では訪問看護スタッフの2人に1人が利用者やその家族、親族等から何らかの暴力を受けた経験があり、私どもが行った福岡県の調査でも訪問看護スタッフの約4割が暴力を受けた経験があります。で、その4割のスタッフのうちの半数が1年以内に暴力を受けていたことが明らかとなっております。あと、最近になって頻繁に訪問看護師への暴力がメディアで取り上げられるようになりまして、そのきっかけとなった出来事が今年の1月に起きた訪問診療医殺害事件になります。この事件は在宅ケア利用者である母親の息子が訪問診療スタッフを人質に立てこもり、結果的にスタッフが散弾銃で撃たれて亡くなったという悲惨な事件がございました。 在宅ケアは原則1人で訪問いたします。そして、ケアを行うスタッフは在宅ケア利用者の居住場所でケアをしますので、必然的に密室空間となります。また、訪問看護の場合は9割以上が女性スタッフですので、暴力やハラスメントのリスクが非常に高いというふうに言われております。先行調査から日本の在宅ケア関連の暴力・ハラスメントの具体例を調べてみました。大声を出す、怒鳴る、看護師に唾を吐く、看護師の前腕部を引っかく、看護師に自分の陰部を見せたり、卑猥な言葉をかけたりする、息子が看護師に勧めたお茶に薬物を混入する、看護師にアダルトビデオを見させる、利用者の家族が看護師に不自然に触れるといったような事例がありました。ですので、先ほどご紹介した殺人事件のように、切迫した状況であれば、早急に警察通報すべきです。ですが、在宅ケアの現場で起きている暴力やハラスメントのほとんどが、警察を呼ぶまでもないけども、単独での対応は難しいかもしれないといったグレーな事案がほとんどになります。日本の訪問看護の暴力対策としては、主に複数名訪問が推奨されています。ですが、暴力はいつ起きるのか予測することが困難ですし、暴力は突然起きることがほとんどです。また、訪問看護ステーションは平均4から5人の看護師で運営しておりますので、日常的に複数名訪問を実施していたら、全体の訪問件数が減りますので、経営的に成り立たないといった事情もあります。さらには、暴力が発生しても、どこにどのスタッフがいるのかわからないため、応援を呼びようがないといった現状があります。そこで、私たちは訪問看護スタッフ間連携アプリクルサの開発を始めました。このクルサはどのような問題を解決するのかと言いますと、先ほどの警察や救急通報以外の単独では対応できない曖昧なケースに遭遇した際に、近くにいる他のスタッフに支援を要請できるシステムになります。具体的には、アプリを用いることで他スタッフが支援要請先の現場に急行できたり、グループチャットを使って他スタッフからの情報による支援ができるようになります。このクルサはそれぞれのスタッフが訪問先で離れていてもつながることができる連携アプリになります。主な機能としましては、まず1つ目に全スタッフ間の位置情報の把握、2つ目に他スタッフへの支援要請とその際のルートナビゲーション、3つ目にグループチャット、で4つ目に自動支援要請の機能になります。クルサのこれまでの開発状況になりますが、2020年の6月に日本国内で特許申請をいたしました。2021年の4月に競争的資金の方を獲得しまして、その研究費で2022年の2月にプロトタイプのバージョン1を開発しております。2022年の4月に2回目の競争的資金を獲得しまして、2022年の7月になる株式会社と共同研究契約を結んで、現在実証実験に使用するバージョン2のクルサを完成させたといった状況になります。今後の予定になりますが、訪問看護ステーションや訪問介護ステーションを対象にクルサを導入して、暴力、ハラスメントや身体的な急変時の対応といったリスクマネジメントであったり、スタッフ間のチームワーク、仕事のパフォーマンス、心理的安全性、ワークエンゲージメント、ワークライフバランスについて、それらの評価をしたいというふうに考えております。 古さについての説明は以上になります。次は、無断リーン徘徊防止システムIXAの説明になります。当システムIXAの開発の背景になります。日本は超高齢化社会の影響に伴って認知症高齢者が増え続けております。さらには認知症高齢者の行方不明が約17,500件で、徘徊中の死亡が527件と毎年最多記録を更新しております。この認知症高齢者の徘徊、行方不明、死亡といったこの一連の過程が早急に解決すべき日本の社会問題の一つというふうに私どもは捉えております。徘徊発見までの時間と死亡率の関連ですが、行方不明になって1日が経過すると死亡率が 37% 上昇するとされております。特に65から74歳の前期高齢者は捜索開始から発見までの時間が長く、行方不明から9時間を過ぎると発見率が大幅に下がるということが示されております。つまり、身体的にはそれほど問題ないが、認知機能が重度であれば、周囲の人から徘徊が気づかれにくかったり、また、遠くまで移動しているケースが想定されますので、その分死亡率が非常に高くなるということが予想されます。ですので、認知症者の徘徊に関しては、早期発見、早期通報、早期捜索が重要と言われております。ですが、徘徊リスクのある人の徘徊開始をいかに早く気づくことで、通報までのタイムラグをなくすということが、行方不明やそれに伴う死亡を防ぐことにつながるというふうに考えられます。当システムIXAの簡単な説明になりますが、徘徊検出には約3センチ ×3 センチ程度のビーコンを使用いたします。前提としてこのビーコンを徘徊者が持っていなければなりません。徘徊や離院の出発点となるドアにはドアセンサーと TOF と呼ばれる距離センサーを設置して、アルゴリズムの設定に応じて徘徊者がセンサーに反応した際に離院や徘徊を検出してスマートフォンなどの端末に通知するというシステムになります。続きまして、IXAの特徴になります。通常無断離院や徘徊は室内から室外に出たとしても再び室内に戻ってくるケースが非常に多いです。ですので、室内から室外に出たということを正確に検出するということに加えて、室内には戻ってこないであろうケースのみを検出して、誤作動を防止するといったものがポイントになります。フローチャートで見ますと、まず徘徊者のビーコンが検出された後、室内の距離センサーが反応します。その後、ドアセンサーが反応し、今度は室外の距離センサーが反応します。そして、次がポイントになりますが、徘徊者のビーコンの電波が検出されたままであれば、徘徊とは認識されないので、スマートフォン等にも通知はされません。しかし、ある程度離れた状態で、ビーコンの電波が検出されなくなった時点で、無断離院もしくは徘徊とみなして、スマートフォンなどの端末に通知されるというシステムになります。IXAのこれまでの開発状況になりますが、2022年の3月にプロトタイプのバージョン1を開発いたしました。2022年4月に競争的資金を獲得し、2022年の5月に飯塚市立病院との共同研究開発を行っております。その年の6月に国内特許の申請を行っております。そして翌月の7月に ナル社と共同研究開発を開始しまして、システムのプロトタイプバージョン2が完成次第、飯塚市立病院での実証実験を行いたいというふうに考えております。今後の実証実験についてですが、病院や老人保健福祉施設、グループホーム、認知症者のいる家を対象にしていきたいというふうに考えておりまして、評価項目はシステム自体の感度であったり、アクセシビリティやユーザビリティ、さらには介護者の負担軽減であったり、患者に対して行われている隔離や身体拘束などの行動制限の軽減について評価していきたいというふうに考えております。以上になりますが、パワーポイントスライドの中での使用した引用は、文献は記載の通りになります。最後になりますが、もしも韓国が日本と同じような社会問題を抱えているのであれば、慶明大学と福岡大学とで共同研究をするのも非常に興味深いプロジェクトになるのではないかというふうに考えております。今回のテーマではなくてもいいですし、他にも共同研究につなげるためにはいろいろな壁があるかもしれませんが、近い将来、慶明大学と福岡大学が一緒に国際共同研究として取り組めることを願っております。発表は以上になります。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
네, 후쿠오카 대학의 이케다 교수님의 강연 잘 들었습니다. 임상에서는 환자의 무단 이탈이 좀 큰 환자 안전사고로 이어지게 되는 경우가 많은데요. 모바일 기술을 이용해서 환자의 치료의 지속성을 유지할 수 있는 그 디바이스에 대한 강의 잘 들었습니다. 감사합니다. 자, 현재 지금 접속자 수가 520명을 끝까지 유지를 하고 있는데요. 여러분들의 진짜 집중력 있는 관심 그리고 응원 너무나 감사드립니다. 자, 이제 마지막 7번째 강연인데요. 계명대학교 이은주 교수님의 강연입니다. 이은주 교수님은 계명대학교에서 박사학위를 받으셨고요. 주 관심 분야는 노인, 그리고 만성질환자의 간호 문제하고 간호 교육입니다. 그럼 지금부터 이은주 교수님의 강연을 만나보시겠습니다.
Hello, my name is Eunju Lee, a professor at Keimyung University's College of Nursing. I am honored to present at the 29th International Conference of the Institute of Nursing Science at Keimyung University. The topic of my presentation today is integrating and developing strategies of virtual simulation in nursing education. The table of contents is as follows. Nursing education has changed a lot through the COVID-19 pandemic situation. If you think about before the COVID-19 pandemic, students have been developing clinical thinking by clinical practice at the actual hospital site. However, clinical practice was not allowed in the field in the COVID-19 pandemic situation. The change in education has led to the transition from face-to-face education to various non-face-to-face education using IT. In addition, this shift in education was the result of efforts to indirectly provide various professional learning experiences that must be learned in clinical practice in various forms of education in the post-COVID-19 era to achieve students' learning goals. There are several reasons for the change in clinical practice education. First of all, traditional clinical practice education before the COVID-19 pandemic already faces several problems. As patient rights at clinical sites increased and patient human rights issues become an issue, learning students' opportunities for clinical practice decreased. This reduced the professionalism in clinical nursing skills and clinical performance confidence of nursing students, and eventually led to medical accidents due to the inability to develop the confidence that nurses have to have. In order to solve this problem, theoretical lectures and nursing skills education were conducted in the school to learn nursing skills. And furthermore, instructors practiced with human-like styles to conduct education with a clinical environment. This provided an opportunity for clinical indirect experience. Such integrated education is an effective learning method that can improve confidence, performance ability, and clinical thinking by enabling repetitive practice after acquiring learning content. As I said in the previous slide, integrated education strategies before the COVID-19 pandemic developed on the premise of face-to-face education. However, in the COVID-19 pandemic era, not only clinical practice education, but also various face-to-face education become difficult. As education shifted non-face-to-face during this chaotic period, education using IoT, AI, and digital developed rapidly. As a result, the burden on clinical practice education has increased, and various clinical practice recommendations have been developed and educated. As an educator who teaches clinical practice at a nursing university, I also had many concerns to efficiently provide clinical practice to students. Therefore, we conducted research on virtual reality nursing education programs based on the clinical situation. What I'm going to present is about the methods and tips you need to develop a virtual reality nursing education program. The other is as follows. Traditional nursing practice education is a series of processes that plan, organize, guide, and evaluate students' practical experience for patient care based on theoretical education. The advantage of traditional nursing practice education is that it is a direct practice education focused on clinical situations. The disadvantages are the lack of guardian time and the difficulty of ensuring the quality of education. High fidelity simulation education is to improve clinical thinking skills through simulation using human-like styles. According to previous researches, advantages positively affect confidence, nursing performance, clinical thinking, problem solving, and self-efficacy, and develop non-technical skills such as knowledge and confidence as an educational method that provides immersion. It is also flexible in time and practice. As a disadvantage, there is the problem of development cost and ensuring a practice space. In addition, there are few simulators and many students to educate, and a lot of effort is needed to explain the actual situation. The following is a large system developed by Railbell. Currently, it is a program that is widely used for non-face-to-face practice. Adaptive interactive virtual simulation that provides integrated curriculum resources and personalized feedback. The advantage is that it is an alternative practice for clinical practice, which helps confidence and clinical judgment, but it is developed in the English language and does not reflect the situation of each country. Next is VR simulation training. It is an educational method that provides an environment where virtual reality can be produced based on nursing case scenario. Students can make decisions and technical nursing skills can be implemented. The advantage is that it presents realistic situations to increase immersion and enable interaction. The disadvantage is that high development cost, various technologies are required, and quality is poor if the multidisciplinary developed is not achieved. Recently, VR-related contents are also being developed in nursing due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We conducted a meta-analysis by collecting VR simulation studies conducted in nursing. There have been many studies that have verified its effectiveness in the field of health, but few studies have met the conditions in nursing. As a result, VR simulation was effective in knowledge, satisfaction, and clinical performance ability. However, a recent meta-analysis study related to VR simulation reported that it was effective in knowledge, but it was not effective in nursing skills or shortening performance time. The motion function of VR simulation can elicit interaction with learners, but it can be seen that there is a limit to leading to behavior acquisition. Therefore, VR simulation seems desirable to use knowledge as an intermediate stage of educational that leads to action. Therefore, the important point is that VR simulation education is a learning method that can be used in the intermediate stage of developing clinical judgment by receiving theoretical training and applying knowledge clinically before clinical practice. This slide shows example of VR simulations that can be used in the intermediate stage of theoretical training and clinical practice. In Korea, there are basic nursing VR education programs developed by Asan Medical Center and programs developed and provided by UBC Company. The development of VR programs is expensive, so using what is developed by the country is also a way. However, since the medical environment and guidelines change frequently in nursing education, there is a need to think what's a way to develop and use them easily. Next, I will explain about Metaverse. It is a three-dimensional virtual world where social, economic, and cultural activities, such as the real world, are carried out as a compound world of meta and universe, which means virtual and transcendent. Metaverse refers to learning with enhanced interaction in the digital world. were rapidly based on avatar and the word coexist the most. However, in order to establish a specific education strategy, the concept and typification of metaphors must be preceded, although academic definition has been made so far. Accordingly, Dr. Kim devised a meta model based on interaction using the criteria for categorizing metaphors content in the educational field as interaction. The following are examples of training using metaphors in Korea. This is also an example of using metaphors using gather town in Korea. These slides are the advantages and disadvantages of the various non-face-to-face hands-on training that I mentioned earlier. I told you before, so let's move on to the next slide. From now on, I will tell you about the methods and tips for developing and applying VR simulations to nursing education programs. There are strategies to easily reflect the education contents in VR simulation in nursing education and to facilitate, develop, and modification on their own. I will also present based on my research paper. The order of the presentation is as follows. VR-based learning and education have 5 advantages. The first is repeated experience, and the second, unconstrained by space-time, and realize a world that is difficult for learners to access in real life using VR, multiple operations in virtual reality, and real-world content experience. Let's take a closer look at the model we discussed in the previous slide. In the case of developing VR-based humidification, it is necessary to apply a systematic theory to maximize the effectiveness of learning. So I'd like to introduce you to 5 models that I used in VR-based learning research. The 5 models are Jeffrey's simulation model, 5E learning cycle model, flipped learning, information and communication model, and IPO model. This is Jeffrey's simulation model. The model is an educational strategy that can be used to develop, implement, and evaluate simulations developed by NLN, and consists of instructor factors, student factors, educational activities, simulation design, and learning outcomes. This model is mainly used in most simulation studies. In the simulation design according to this model, it consists of the planned learning goal, fidelity, problem solving, student support, and debriefing. However, these STONE clubs did not elaborate on how to support students' learning. Therefore, we suggested that the 5E learning method model be used to secure the simulation design. If you leave it to students in self-directed classes, it brings out the wrong result. This model is a learning design model that suggests a way to prevent these problems. 5E learning cycle model is a model consisting of participation, exploration, description, expansion, evaluation. It can be used in PBL or simulation classes, especially in the lower grades of nursing students. This slide is how to learn flipped learning. Prior learning is known as an upside-down learning method. The composition of flipped learning consists of preparation and pre-learning stage, which are free class learners, and this class consists of pre-learning, linking, cooperative learning, summary lectures, evaluation, and post-reflection. This learning method increases the effectiveness of simulations through self-directed pre-learning in simulation practice. The design you are looking at is an example of simulation design for cardiac arrest patients using pre-draining. It is designed to induce self-directed learning before simulation through free disconnection learning and web-based simulation. These following are information and communication models. In the case of this model, education using VR can help apply knowledge to clinical situations and use the acquired knowledge as a strategy for long-term memory. The research design on this slide describes the learning strategies using to long-term memory in sensory memory using information and communication models. Here, VR simulation was used to store acquired knowledge from short-term memory to long-term memory. The following is an IPO model. This model was used to develop educational functional games using VR. The IPO model of input process output developed by Gary is a model developed to achieve learning outcomes through a virtuous cycle of game experience and debriefing of learner judgment, learner behavior, system feedback in the game process. This model is suitable when adding game characteristics to VR simulation to induce learners to participate in the games on their own to increase the effect of learning. So far, we have looked at the application model for constructing the theoretical framework of the study. Next, we will look at the factors that need to be considered in the simulation development process. Expert configuration is required when developing simulation scenarios. In particular, we as a nurse lack VR development technology. Therefore, researchers, experts with more than 5 years of clinical experience, app developers, and VR program experts, and video editing and video filming experts are needed. It can be an educational content that can achieve student learning outcomes by organizing well-organized experts. When developing simulations, the most important thing for researchers is the scenario and screen composition similar to the clinical situation. For this realistic configuration, realism, up-to-date equipment, the use of appropriate technical programs, and filming locations according to the situation. An appropriate standardized patient is required. VR education content development has many problems. The first is the development cost issue. Usually when developing VR, the higher the cost, the better the quality. However, medical situations and nursing skills often change, so it needs to be modified. But it is difficult to modify the content that has been developed. Therefore, it is necessary to develop content that can be modified to meet rapidly changing medical conditions and has low development cost. The second VR simulation problem is cyber motion sickness. To minimize this, a fixed center position should be set when taking or creating a single screen. From now on, I will tell you about the development process of my studies. I can't say that all the processes I've studied are correct, but I hope it will be helpful for your VR simulation research in the future. The studies consist of topics about these things. The first study is effectiveness of VR-based nursing education programs to enhance clinical decision-making ability in the nursing of respiratory patients. In this study, as I said before, the 5E learning cycle model was applied to the Jeffrey model and the simulation teaching method. The study procedure is as follows. My research is PC-based VR development. Research using virtual reality is divided into two categories. One is a PC-based program, and the other is virtual reality using 3D using a head-mounted device. I developed both. In this study, the clinical situation was reproduced by a professional graphic designer in the composition of a PC-based virtual reality program. And in the clinical situation, we organized it in the order that nurses do it, and feedback was made. This program is not based on the simultaneous web, but is designed to install a program developed on a PC so that students can practice in the computer room. Specific content and graphic illustration. The result of this study showed that students' confidence in nursing performance and clinical decision-making skills improved. The advantage of this nursing education program is that it strengthens students' feedback and repetitive learning by using the 5E learning cycle model. The topic of the next study is about post-operative patient care. This study is a PC-based VR simulation that builds a server that nursing students can access through the web. This study used the information and communication model to help students to remember the long term by integrating the knowledge and nursing skills they acquired. In this slide, I would like to share with you the key point of the development process of this study. Before development, it is important to determine which content will be useful to students according to their learning goals. Some nursing skills can achieve learning outcomes with only 2D of PC-based VR. Some nursing techniques may be more effective in achieving learning goals by showing a realistic 3D screen of a clinical patient or allowing them to experience it with a hand-mounted display. The content to which content is narrated and equipment is determined is related to the level of nursing. The first step in the development process is to develop a scenario that fits the contents of the professor. The second step is building the web. The third is the screen configuration step. The fourth step is the app design step, which requires basic web page screen configuration. The fifth step is to edit the captured video. It should be noted that all of these steps can achieve the learning goal only by applying the theoretical model mentioned above. This slide is a detailed description of the development, the content, purpose, scope, development, institution, and program details of the development program should be included. At this stage, I have to design in detail to meet my learning goals so that I can develop the program I intended. The slide you are looking at is the screen of a PC-based VR simulation that we built on the web. During the COVID-19 pandemic, many universities used VC. However, the disadvantage of this program is that it cannot be modified or added depending on the country's medical environment and is in English. So the program on the screen that you are looking at now compensates for these shortcomings and is developed according to our situation. This program is for students and administrators and allows me to insert, modify, and delete the developed scenario according to the flow. As you can see, there are 4 scenarios that have been developed by input. Each scenario was developed in a different way. This slide is on the administrator screen. In the case of this program, it is possible to insert at any time based on the scenario designed by the instructor. So the simulation can be developed according to the learning goals in constructing a semester class. The 4 simulations we developed are both PC-based VR simulation using 2D and 3D and VR simulation using a head-mounted device. PC-based simulation can be accessed through a mobile phone and viewed by rotating the screen can be turned freely. The theme of VR simulation with a head-mounted display is Korean-style disability classification nursing. The advantage of our simulation is that we lower the development cost a lot by using the simultaneous stability screen. The development process is similar to the development process described above. The detailed course is in the lecture. This slide is a severity classification VR simulation screen. Nursing students have experienced the emergency patient situation in the emergency room and organized a simulation to classify patients according to Korean triage assessment scale. So far, we have reviewed the VR simulation developed by our research team. We have developed various simulations such as PC-based VR simulations, app-based simulations that can be used on mobile phones, and virtual reality simulations using Oculus. Now, many people say that we are in the Oculus system using the head-mounted display will help a lot with clinical performance. However, there are many things that can be effective just by applying to the simulations to learn clinical content, specific nursing in particular. In education that focuses on clinical judgment, 2D or PC-based education is sufficient. However, in order to enhance the behavioral skills among clinical performance skills, it must be designed to include a function that can be operated directly in VR simulation. However, the disadvantages of incorporating these features is that they cost a lot of money to develop. So I suggest you can design the right learning and organize the content to achieve your learning goals. It's not just the program that's incredibly expensive and 3D that's efficient. Finally, remember the following. For the outcome of knowledge, VR education showed more effectiveness on nursing education than traditional education or other simulation education methods. However, VR simulation cannot replace face-to-face clinical practice. When clinical practice is not possible, it only uses the most appropriate content according to the learning goal and the learner's level. Thank you for my lecture, and thank you.
네, 마지막 7번째 이은주 교수님의 강의까지 잘 들었습니다. 코로나 때문에 간호교육에서 저희가 실습을 어떻게 할 것인지에 대해서 많은 시도와 노력이 있었는데요. 시뮬레이션의 구조와 그다음에 컨텐츠가 어떤 방향으로 발전되어야 되는지 강연을 잘 해주셨습니다. 감사합니다. 자, 지금부터는요, 후반부 세 분 교수님을 이렇게 모셔가지고 질문과 답변을 들어보는 시간을 가질 건데요. 홍콩대학의 제일리, 후쿠오카 대학의 사토시 이케다, 계명대학교 이윤주 교수님 혹시 줌 회의장에 들어와 계십니까? 네, 제가 들어와 계신 걸로 확인을 했는데요. 네, 예, 다 들어와 계십니다. 네. 많은 분들이 저희가 3D 가상 스튜디오에서 이제 교수님 강연을 듣고 있는데요. 한번 인사 부탁드려도 될까요? 네네. 홍콩대학의 제일리 교수님이십니다. 네네.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me to present my research topic. I'm very impressed about your all the the conference, and so I'm enjoying it. So I hope I can please feel free to ask me a question about my talk so that I can answer the question for you. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 그러면은 한 분 한 분씩 모셔가지고 저희가 질문과 답변을 받아보도록 할 건데요. 먼저 제이리 교수님 강연에 대해 질문이 있으신 분은요, 카메라를 켜고 질문을 부탁드리겠습니다. 어떤 분이 질문을 해주실 수 있을까요?
질문 드리겠습니다.
네네. 자, 성함을 확인하겠습니다. 예, 김민성님, 예, 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 제이리 교수님께 질문 드리겠습니다. 교수님의 연구는 보호자들의 우울을 예방하는 데 중점이 있는데 이제 이미 우울이 진행된 경우에는 이걸 발견하거나 중재할 수 있는 컨텐츠가 있는지 궁금해서 질문 드립니다.
Okay, thank you very much for your questions. First of all, we only recruited participants who developed a depressive symptom, not depression exactly. So it means that because we exclude those who already developed the depression and then diagnosed by the doctors. So we exclude them, all of them. So I cannot answer this question to now, but if we, just in case they develop the depression during our intervention, for the ethical consideration, we send them to we recommend them to the clinical services to manage these depressions.
네.
네.
네, 제이리 교수님께서 또 이렇게 가상 스튜디오에서 멋진 영국 발음으로 답변 아주 자세하게 해주셨습니다. 감사합니다. 네, 시간 관계상 다음 사토시 이케다 교수님 강연에 대한 질문을 받아보도록 할 건데요. 사토시 이케다 교수님 혹시 줌 회의장에 들어와 계십니까? 제가 확인했는데요. 이케다 교수님. 프로페서 이케다? 네, 그러면은 이케다 교수님은 계속 저희가 본부에서 컨택을 하고 오케이. 프로페서 이케다, can you hear me?
Yep.
오케이. 야, 그러면은 이제 사토시 이케다 교수님 강연에 대한 질문을 받아보겠는데요. 사토시 이케다 교수님 강연에 대해서 질문이 있으신 분은 카메라를 켜고 줌 회의장으로 나와주시면 되겠습니다. 누가 질문을 하실 수 있을까요?
네, 질문이 있습니다.
네네네. 성함 확인하겠습니다. 강진영 선생님 질문 해주시면 되겠습니다.
お願いします。
네, 먼저 유익한 강의 감사드립니다. 그리고 다양한 영역에서 추적 기능을 이용해서 문제를 해결하는 과정이 특히 인상적이었습니다. 저는 쿠르사를 활용할 때 실제 고객이 폭력이나 폭행이 있을 때 동료가 아닌 경찰서로 바로 신고하는 체계는 어떨지에 대한 의견이 궁금합니다. 고객이 그 행위가 부적절하다는 것을 인식시키는 게 동료보다 경찰서 같은 그런 공권력이 더 효과적일 것 같은데 그에 대한 의견이 궁금합니다.
오케이. 사토시 이케다? 프로페서 사토시 이케다? 오케이. 지금 통역 중이시네요. 네네.
はい、ありがとうございます。警察の通報が必要って判断すれば、普通に警察に通報すればいいのかなというふうに思います。例えばですね、刃物とか、凶器を持って、凶器ですね、刃物とかの凶器を持って、暴れてるとか、あとはその利用者の自宅に閉じ込められたりとか、その緊急性が高い場合は、すぐに警察通報すべきなんですけども、一回ここで訳してもらっていいですか。訳されました。で、ちょっとしたそのセクシャルハラスメントとかですね、であれば、そのハラスメントがあるごとに、警察を呼んでたら、キリがないので、日本ではそう簡単に警察を呼ばないっていうのが一般的です。ですので、このアプリでターゲットにしている状況っていうのは、警察を呼ぶまでもないけど、もう一人、誰かスタッフがいれば、なんとか対応できるっていう、すごく曖昧なケースの時に、そのアプリの効果が発揮されるというイメージでいいのかなと思います。
네, 사토시 이케다 교수님 질문 그리고 설명 감사드립니다. 네, 그러면은 마지막으로 이은주 교수님 강연에 대한 질문을 받아보겠는데요. 네, 이은주 교수님 강연에 대해서 질문이 있으신 분은 카메라를 켜고 질문을 해주시면 되겠습니다. 중방에 나와주시면 되는데요. 누가 질문을 해주실 수 있을까요? 이제 어떤 분이 질문을 가지고 계신지 확인해 보겠습니다.
이은주 교수님께 질문 있습니다.
네. 성함을 확인해 보겠습니다. 예, 백규리님, 네, 질문, 네, 부탁드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 계명대학교 박사과정생 백규리라고 합니다. 좋은 강의 들려주셔서 너무나도 감사합니다, 교수님. 지금 현재 학생들에게 임상 교육의 간접 경험을 제공하는 방법은 컴퓨터 기반 학습에서 VR, XR, 홀로그램 등 여러 컨텐츠가 개발되고 있으나 학습 목표에 부합하는 교육 컨텐츠를 개발하는 데 있어서 어려움이 많습니다. 그러나 이번 강의를 통해 개발 과정 전략과 팁을 배울 수 있어서 좋았습니다. 그러면 교수님께서는 이러한 컨텐츠를 개발하는 과정에 있어서 개발자가 특히 더 유념해야 하는 것이 있다면 어떤 것인지 콕 집어서 알려주실 수 있을까요?
네, 들리시나요?
네, 들립니다, 교수님.
네네. 사실 컨텐츠 상에 제가 시간이 적어서 이렇게 명확하게 어떤 연구들을 진행했는지 모두 말씀드리지는 못했는데, 저희가 이제 개발했던 게 이제 PC에 완전히 그냥 와이파이 없이 깔아서 이제 하는 프로그램과, 그 다음에 와이파이로 이제 동시 접속해서 여러 가지 시나리오를 선택해서 하는 이제 PC 베이스드 그 프로그램, 그 다음에 이제 VR로 저희가 기기를 쓰고 이제 하는 VR 프로그램 등을 저희가 이제 개발해서 이제 학생들에게 이제 효과라든지 이런 것들을 봤습니다. 사실은 개발에 있어서 가장 중요한 거는 이제 화면 구성을 어떻게 할 것인가에 대한 것이 반드시 학습 목표랑 연계가 되어야 된다는 것이고요. 그리고 학습 목표나 그리고 학년에 따라서 학생들의 지식이나 이런 것에 따라서 이제 어떠한 콘텐츠를 어떻게 담을 것인가, 그리고 그 안에 이제 뭐 아까 말씀드렸듯이 5E 학습 모형 같은 경우에는 학습자들이 될 수 있으면 어떤 가이드를 인스트럭터한테 받으면서 진행할 수 있도록 도와주는 것이고, 또 어떤 경우에는 이제 지식을 통합해서, 그러니까 4학년 경우에 해당이 되겠죠. 지식을 통합해서 이것을 좀 장기 기억화시키는 데 초점을 둔다고 하면 이러한 것들이 잘 설계에 반영된 어떤 학습 콘텐츠를 개발하는 것이 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다. 그리고 또 하나 든다면, 제가 개발 비용에 대해서 계속 말씀드렸는데, 사실 최근에 이제 영국에서 개발된 벌티라든지 이런 프로그램들이 그냥 프로그램 안에 영상을 업로드하고 그 안에서 인터랙션을 그냥 설계하도록, 그냥 간단한 기능으로 이제 설계하도록 프로그램들이 만들어지고 있습니다. 그래서 사실 고비용으로 우리가 사실 콘텐츠를 개발하게 된다면 교육적으로 우리가 제때 필요한 콘텐츠를 개발하거나 사용하는데 굉장히 어려움이 많을 것입니다. 그래서 쉽게 우리가 교수자들도 쉽게 접근하고 개발할 수 있는 그러한 어떤 방법이나 그러한 전략들을 우리가 좀 더 공부하는 것이 필요할 것 같습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
네, 여러분들의 질문과 제일이 사토시 이케다 이은주 교수님의 자세한 설명 너무나 감사드립니다. 시간 관계상 질문은 여기서 마무리를 하겠고요. 추가된 질문은 제가 앞서서 얘기 드렸듯이 교수님들의 공개된 메일로 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 이제 학술대회 준비한 강연과 Q&A 시간을 마무리하고요. 제가 추첨 이벤트를 마지막으로 한 번 더 한다고 이제 말씀드렸는데요. 추첨 이벤트 마지막 3분을 추첨을 한 번 더 하겠습니다. 네, 저희 계명대학교 간호과학연구소 운영위원 최종민 교수님이 여기 나와 계신데요. 자, 최종민 교수님 인사 하셨고요. 네, 저희 국제학술대 오늘 국제학술대 한번 표현 한번 해주세요. 표현, 국제학술대 표현. 네, 감사합니다. 자, 최종민 교수님께서 마지막 3분을 추첨해 주실 건데요. 3분을 제가 추첨해 주시면은 제가 읽어드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 추첨 부탁드리겠습니다. 네. 추첨자 성함은 진수진님이시고요. 휴대폰 뒷자리는 8985. 진수진님 8985. 네, 축하드립니다. 네, 그 다음 5번째입니다. 5번째 추첨자. 네, 권수민. 자, 권수민 님이시고요. 휴대폰 뒷자리는 5271입니다. 자, 휴대폰 뒷자리 5271 권수민 님 축하드립니다. 네, 두근두근 이제 6번째 추첨자. 마지막입니다. 자, 마지막은요. 오소임 님. 뒷자리 0823입니다. 휴대폰 뒷자리 0823 오소임 님 마지막 추첨자 축하드립니다. 네, 추첨 이벤트를 마무리하고요. 추첨되신 총 6분의 추첨자들은 너무 축하드립니다. 추첨 이벤트를 여기서 마무리하고요. 이어서 우수 논문상에 대한 시상이 있겠습니다. 자, 올해 우리 제29회 국제학술대회에서는요. 60편이 넘는 많은 연구 토록이 제출되었는데요. 우수 논문상의 심사는 공정성을 위해서 우리 대학이 아니라 외부 대학의 교수님 3분이 해주셨습니다. 외부 심사위원들 수고에 감사드립니다. 네, 수상하게 될 연구자가 누구인지 이제 한번 확인해 보겠습니다. 네, 총 6분의 연구자들이 수상이 되었는데요. 너무나 축하드립니다. 우수 논문상을 수상하신 연구자들 매우 축하드리고요. 상금과 상장을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 네, 다음으로는요. 특별상 발표가 있겠습니다. 자, 특별상은요, 히로시 오타, 일본의 히로시 오타, 중국의 퀼린 해 연구자입니다. 두 분 모두 축하드립니다. 네, 여러분 올해 저희 3D 가상 스튜디오에서 진행한 간호과학연구소 국제학술대회 어떠셨습니까? 메타버스 전시관은 학술대회 종료 후에도 저희가 일정 기간 관람하실 수 있도록 이번 주까지 관람하실 수 있도록 저희가 오픈해 놓도록 하겠습니다. 지금 멋있는 아바타로 계속 입장하고 계신데요. 너무 멋있습니다. 네, 오늘 가상 스튜디오 중 회의장이 클로징 되기 전까지 회의 아래창의 설문지에 꼭 입력을 해주시고요. 앞으로 더 좋은 국제학술대회를 만들기 위해서 노력 많이 하겠습니다. 여러분들의 의견을 적극적으로 목소리 내주십시오. 특혜 종료 후에 설문 응답해주신 모든 분들께 쿠폰을 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 꼭 성함과 휴대폰 번호를 정확하게 입력을 해주십시오. 네, 짧지 않은 오늘 국제학술대회 기간 시간 동안 온라인으로 자리를 지켜주신 많은 분들께 대단히 감사드립니다. 그리고 현지 새벽 또는 늦은 밤까지 소중한 시간 내주신 해외 연자분들께도 정말 감사의 말씀 전하고요. 존스홉킨스 대학의 한예라 교수님, 제가 저희 본부에서 계속 연락을 했는데 미국이 너무 늦은 시간이어가지고 연락이 지금 지연되고 있습니다. 여러분들의 너그러운 양해 부탁드리겠습니다. 내년에도 저희 간호과학연구소의 국제학술대회가 열릴 예정인데요. 언제나 간호지식의 새 지평을 앞서서 탐구하겠습니다. 계명대학교 간호과학연구소 활동에 여러분들의 많은 관심과 격려를 부탁드리겠습니다. 여러분 언제나 건강해 주시고요. 이것으로 2022학년도 계명대학교 간호과학연구소의 제29회 국제학술대회를 마무리하겠습니다. 감사합니다.